Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the stream. It's June 3rd. Wow, we're at the summer already. June 3rd, 2024. And I'm Uncommon. This is Uncommon Gaming. We're just getting cozy here. Grabbing the blanket. Flinging off the socks. Turn on the heated portion of the blanket. And cozy in. Because, we did a thing. We did a couple things, actually. First is we played a bunch over the weekend. We said we're going to decorate and refactor some things that, may or may not, I wanted to play Satisfactory, and I told myself, this is fine. Stream doesn't need to see this. I could play this and not worry about it. And then I got the base looking real good. Like the storage hub, using the blueprints, I was able to come up with something really awesome. And then the rest of the factory started to bug me. And I started to, try to detangle some stuff. I spent a good, 6 to 8 hours, untangling the bus and adding frames so it wasn't a bunch of floating platforms. And really, I had just gone... I got this feeling that if I started over, I could do it better. So what did we do? Well, we hit the start over button. We did that yesterday evening at 3 p.m., 4 p.m. And about 6 hours later, no, it must have been much later because I stopped playing at 2 a.m. last night. And it was all a mad rush to get kind of in a place where we didn't have to watch the first 2 tiers. So we rushed a starter base, and the problem is we didn't rush. I took my time and tried to do something nicer while also rushing. Anyway, it's maybe easier to show rather than tell. So let's take a look at our game. We decided to start in the desert this time. The number and abundance of resources out here is huge, plus space for building. In fact, here, let's look over real quick at the browser. You can see we started down here. If I toggle all the nodes, green is good node. Red is bad node, right? Impures, orange are normals. All these greens up here, they're actually just water, which, not so great. We did all of our power up here on 4 normal coal nodes. And then we had to go, all the way over here for oil. All the way up here for the raw quartz. We did a bunch of stuff down here, but it's a lot of red and orange. In contrast, in that spawn location down here, having played a bunch of the northern forest, we moved over here. Oh, I guess I can't zoom in. We moved over to here, where there's just an abundance of orange and greens. There's some impures in there sprinkled around, but we take those off, and we're still pretty solid. What we've got is a location right here, where I started with 1 impure. Turn off spawn locations. 1 normal limestone, 1 normal copper, and two normal iron. So there's the iron. I need to get this Caterium soon. And now we've kind of got this to work with. And when we got to the game... When we got into the game, we set up a handful of, little baby constructors, making some basic parts back here. And you can see we've got the limestone, the coal, and the 2 iron over there. And we had to get about 1,000 concrete. And we started to build this. And this is unique compared to some of the stuff we've done previously. And that it's kind of built with design and decoration in mind. A smooth running factory. You see we did tuck away some power down here. Actually, here, we'll go ahead and fill those up as a backup, but we shouldn't need them. Here, let's just take them all. Everyone should sit at 200, but we shouldn't need them. Because last night we played and set up something that would let us go to sleep and let the factory work. Which meant I couldn't rely on the biomass burners. So we did some stuff. The suspense is killing you, I know. Let's go put these back. So we tried something new. We tried a logistics floor. And we may or may not do the logistics floor in the future. But you can see all of the materials are underground. All the conveyor systems are down there. In fact, we don't have to do the floor. I can show you down there. But simple stuff. 2 concrete machines underclocked to produce exactly 20 concrete per minute, which is my slowest of these factories. This is a cable factory producing 2 producing wire, 1 producing cable, a total of 30 per minute. These are the 2 smelters that feed those wires. And then these are wires, actually other wires. So these 2 smelters feed wires, and wires that make cable. And we've got, you know, concrete, cable, wire. Move it one over. This is the iron. 4 iron smelters. 2 making plates. Right here at 40 per minute. And then we've got the rods and the screws being made here, which is 2 for rods, and then 2 for rods that are fed into 3 screws, making 120 screws per minute, which they're a little backed up, but that's why we also have 3 awesome sinks. 1, 2, and a third one hiding over there. We rushed to get that set up, and really the biggest rush we did, because this we kind of took our time. There's more to do here. What we did rush was to throw down enough power for 4 coal machines, 4 coal generators, so that we could get 300 megawatts of power, and we wouldn't have to, you know, worry about refueling the biomass burners. You know, I wanted to fire and forget, so we hooked up 1 coal node, 60 coal, feeding into 4 burners, and 1, or I guess 2 water generators, and a little bit of, I said definitely a rush job back here. This is one of the things we're gonna work on. One of the things we're definitely got to put some effort into. And there's lots of coal around here. There's just not as much water. You can see we really had to find and squeeze water out of some locations. So maybe we can double that. But, and actually that's kind of where we're at the moment, is we've got a capacity, or sorry, production of 300 megawatts. Now we're consuming 236. So it is 4 coal generators just for the basic factory we've got running. So, where does that leave us? What are we gonna do? How do we make the world better? What is it about this world that isn't gonna make me want to reset in 2 tiers? What can we do better? And this was a lot. I tried to put a lot of thought into this last night. I think we have to come up with some rules about transporting goods, making buildings, and things that are gonna make me want to, you know, make a perfect world, perfect play. I don't know. I want to get to the high tech stuff, you know, before August rolls around. So, you know, we've got some work to do. But left it on all night. And why did we do that? Because now I have 39 tickets. Pop up. And 39 tickets goes a long way towards helping me make factories that I'm gonna be proud of. So, what's the first thing we can do? I actually have a got the coffee cup here. Did I take? I can put the coffee cup back in. I have one more ticket than when I looked at this earlier this morning, because I did. I took a look earlier this morning. I was at 38 tickets before I went to my appointment. And there's some things we can do with this. We definitely went walkways. I've chosen industrial walkways this time instead of the modern. We'll see, how that feels. I really like the concrete foundation over the fix-it foundation. Definitely one coffee cup. Conveyor lift floor holes, which we've got the logistics floor. This makes some sense. The wall mounts, maybe we want them, maybe we don't. We'll find out with time, but for 2 extra tickets, that's not bad. The corner ramp pack does a lot to convey completeness in a structure. Conveyor walls, I'm going to use them a lot less, but we still want them in the building. We still want them, attached to the building. And some industrial railing, some patterns, some things we can look at. In fact, some things we could probably... Here, let's see. I have 2 points left. Is there anything in the customizer? We've grabbed the factory patterns. We can put like caution. We got arrows. We can talk about flow. I think that's about it. Without having more points, which we'll have eventually. I also accidentally dunked like 40 points yesterday, so that doesn't help my mood about that save. Door walls, yeah, let's grab it. Take our cup. Put it in our hands. Cup. Yeah. Cup. So, how do we make this factory look nicer? Well, I think part of me wants to fix this off-center bit. This whole thing is kind of off-center. Which one was this before? This is just plates. We could do plates. This is easy. Alright. So, you'll get to see a little bit about how this was constructed. And we could talk about, is this something I want to take the time to do? Because the logistics floor took a while. And I think the real answer is if I can blueprint it, yes. And it's one of my goals today is to rush blueprints. Actually, we have to, while I'm doing that, it's the opposite. We need to get the smelters down. Which way were they facing? I think we were kind of facing everything the same. Crap. I can know which way they're facing by looking below. Alright, so it's going to pick it up on this side. So the idea was before this wasn't centered, and I want it centered. But when I face it a direction, like, is that gonna be centered? I guess we can check by maybe throwing down a constructor, because those are easy to center. Those are the real problem. And when I hold control on it, yeah, it likes that location. Wait a minute, it likes this location. That's not center there. Let's see. We want it right there. There's the center line. There's the center line. I don't think they're centered on each other. So this is what needs to change. I gotta remember they're not a full block, but that? Question mark. Maybe? You still want them centered in the square. And then we just need 2 of these. So this is super basic stuff. Theoretically, we, make these iron plates. Right, we just throw ingots here. we drop ourselves down. This all does have to change. The belt work can't. It's going to be off by a square. It's one of the whole reasons we took this off. I do apologize. We're going to have a little bit of a harder time talking today. And they put new elastics on my braces. I'm a mouthful of elastics. These are... Every time I go back and there's like a new thing I gotta do, it's always like, oh my god, what have I got myself into? Of course, the first time I got the braces, that was a thought I had. Going in and having them like give me elastics the first time by like adding a hook to the inside was another one. Now, there was a thought about making this a 1 tall floor. We went with a 2 tall floor, so there's more room to move around and jump. But maybe there's something to be said about fucking this up, apparently. Wow, this is wrong. It's wrong because I need to reverse it. Because the inputs and the outputs need to kind of line up. These elastics are gonna make their fucking money's worth. Okay, so in here, out there, which means we want to flip it on the other side. Or we want in there. And theoretically, those are lined up. That's lined up. So we can do some... We can start taking down the flooring. Start throwing down conveyor lifts. Mergers, or I guess splitters, handle the input. Belt it in. I guess this was lined up with the original one, so it makes sense we're going to have to set that up again. There's your input. So now the output to merger comes from, they're going to, we talk about the direction it goes. That's going to come from here to there, and you could barely see it. And by barely, probably not even see it. But now we're doing splitters. Kind of making sure everything's lined up. You see there's a faint difference between inputs and outputs as far as how far they are up there and how they exactly line up with these conveyor lifts. You see we're not nearly as you know, close to them on the other side. And this was true through all my buildings. But we're loading up those, and we should get iron plates back, and we'll just drop down a merger. Merger cares about the direction they're heading, so I'm getting this correct. You know, trying to make sure I do. And that should be 40 coming down. And 40 going over. Put the floors back, add the power, and that should be it. I mean, relatively easy now that everything's set up and I've had some practice at it. But I don't think I'm going to do this on a per factory basis unless I can blueprint it. Literally, elastics fighting my teeth, trying to close them over and over as I'm trying to talk. I'm gonna get used to it. I have no choice. I can be lazy about putting them in, but that just means I'm going to have braces longer, so these motherfuckers are staying in. Alright, we gotta take a look at, yep, the recipes. Alright, this needed to actually connect to that. There we go. Now we've got power. Now we've turned power back on in other places. We should start seeing iron ingots. Yep. Start seeing, and it's a lot easier to move through this factory. And we'll see ingots show up here eventually. And that's how we'll know we're good. Gotta kind of watch them. There we go. What about that one? There we go. Okay. I guess we wait to make sure they output. Alright, so this is gonna head down. We're gonna watch it. We do have a insight to those down here. There we go. Alright, plates are going again. Even if it's 40 and that's pretty slow. So, we need a game plan for like our rules and why this reset matters. We gotta make it matter, right? Not cool to just restart and not do better than we did before. So, last time, and then one of the bigger things I disliked were the giant floating buses. So, we're gonna avoid buses over large buses, maybe. So, I guess it's not necessarily the bus I hated as much as Cedo, but it was ugly. I don't know if it's 2 S's on buses, but avoid ugly bus is probably enough. I want to decorate the factories. I want every factory I make to feel good. I want to look back at everything and go, man, this looks amazing. I want to use trucks. I have some good ideas, and in fact, on how we can have roads with buses under them. Call it the road bus, where we have the road platform, and then we have the bus lines, running under them. That could be really cool. And again, a blueprintable is the key. We're gonna have to put some work into the blueprint today, and that's one of our early goals. So today's goal, we've got to solve power. We've got to do it cleanly. Then we're gonna get steel again cleanly, and then I want to have the blueprint. The other thing we might avoid is a giant storage facility. Maybe we don't use a giant storage facility. We'll just say, is that good or bad? I don't know. I don't have a plan for this. I can, in my mind, picture some possibilities with, factories that overproduce so that I can send some back to a storage facility. I'm also going to want to not skip factories, right? We did it just now with smart plating to get to tier 3 and 4, but I don't want to do it again. I don't want to do it again. If I want to handcraft, I'd rather handcraft something than skip a space elevator part. Like, I guess I'm saying I want the space elevator parts in their own permanent factory, and we've got plenty of resources on the map to do it this time. So, how can we handle power in a way that's pretty sustainable? We've got this nice interactive map here. If I want to go to the resource nodes and just turn off everything but coal, because we need to build enough power to be able to play the game, and we're very close to I can't pull it from reservoirs yet, can I? So that's a lot of water, a lot of pure water that isn't nearly as fast as throwing down some of those water tube pipe things, but water extractors, but I don't have a lot of water to do that with. We could also just take a trip, right? Our coal can be a distance away, and that would be fine. Over here, all we can do nearby is triple what we currently have, because we have 2 impures we could mess with over here, and we have another normal. So we currently have 300. We could get 1,200. And then we could prepare for Mark IIs to go farther. 1,200 gives us some space to work with. Some space. But I almost like the idea better of truck stations. Using this coal. But I guess once we get to truck stations, we're also using oil, right? No, we could use it before. We could use trucks with coal. I guess we could also go farther away. Not that big a deal to travel for our coal. Like an area like this down here, it's got a lot of pure nodes, which already spitting out 120, and that's nice little water area. Is there anything else there? Because one of the things we wouldn't want to do is there's a good like iron node near some coal. That also becomes potential steel factory for us, which is our other goal today. Which, you know, we could do. I mean, really all over the place. There's so many places. All these normal nodes and this iron pure down here would go a long way towards steel. And you can see we're kind of adding some distance between all of our stuff. 2 normal nodes. This is a pretty good steel location. I don't know what these cliff sides look like, though, because this might also be a good power location. Water being super scarce, we could also just bring water distances, and that would be fine. Like these 2 normal nodes, we could double or triple over there our power. Here, let's zoom back out and look at just the coal again. Because we only need enough coal to get ourselves to oil, right? And our last factory was 4 normal nodes, and that did pretty well. If I'm talking about potentially more, I've got some problems here. Oh no. Problems here being that we're 1 normal node's worth of coal short, although we do have 2 pure nodes over here that would achieve the same thing right now. 2 pures give me 120. As soon as we put Mark II miners on them, it's even better. This is the same as 4 normals. So we could do it over here. What in the game lets me use those geysers? Do I have anything now? I don't think I do. I've never used them before. Anything here? Well, other than jump pads we're not touching right now. this is like the next milestone, but we can't do it yet until we get steel going. We can't do steel until we do power. Now, I'm not seeing something that pulls water out of the ground at this tier. So we've just got to locate, you know, a good source of water. And if we move from our current location, I'm looking at the map real quick, directly here, let's look at the nodes. Ah, shit, before we go anywhere, let's do other stuff. Before we go anywhere, let's pack up stuff, right? We want theoretically like 8 water extractors and, you know, some coal generators. And this is where things get expensive and we start pounding out copper sheet. We don't even have copper sheets going right now. Alright, let's just go look. We'll have to sort out the inventory in a bit. And also something to be said about staying home for a minute and working on my current factory, making that nicer. Do I have a map yet? I do. Well then, I know now, looking at this map, that I need to go here. So this is where coal's at. We could probably make that a little lighter. So maybe there's an outline. Cool. And then water itself is like over here. So we head directly south. And we look at kind of where we want to do this power. Interesting, it's right in, yeah, everything's within visible range. That's nice. Definitely had to deal with some harder enemies than I'm used to this early. I really should build my advanced melee button. Advanced melee baton. I did pull improved melee last night in the early tech choices. So we'll do that when we go back. All right, so theoretically pretty good stuff here. If we could find water, usable water. And then we think about how we build those tubes, because we could inevitably cause the same problem we just had. Which was, you know, we didn't like giant waving wavering lines of stuff of buses, right? Like I with any hope there'd be coal closer to this, but there isn't. That being said, there's also some coal north of here, but it is 2 normals and an impure. We'll go get eyes on that and see how we feel. Because I like some of this. We could drain this dry. But what if we went north a bit and saw what was hiding over there? That's a big guy. We really need that baton. Other possibility is we overclock the nodes near us. We still have the water problem, but there are sources just as close as anything we're going to drag over here. We're getting a little bit of lay of this land too while we're at it. Oh. That dude looks intimidating. Don't want to get his hostility within his hostility range. I do believe we're also going to be like over the map real soon over here. And this is some ridges. I think there's a little bit of water here, but not enough for me to fight over. Oh wow, this place is fun. A little bit of a resource block here. I mean, you're not going to get any notable water out of there, but there's copper here. There's limestone. I think that's iron ore. Yeah. What are these impure nodes? This is a fun little area. And then, like, I'm assuming coal over here. There it is. So we have 3 nodes here, 2 normals and an impure, which is 1 less than we have back home. But a whole bunch of water, which we could get access to relatively easy. We don't really have this back home. I like it. I do. Huh. Well, if we were talking about overclocking, we can turn normals into a pure. Also something to be said about running pipes over to these pures. If I go straight from here, I should run into them. Kind of could run them that way. If we talk about adding a roadway and a highway with, say, a bus underneath, we could also have same roadway highway with piping tucked in pretty cleanly. I see you there. I want to look. Shit. Nah, we good. Nah, we good. Bye, friend. Goodbye. I mean, you're gonna go follow me all the way back home. That's fine, I guess. Bop. Thanks for the lift. Fine. You know what? You wanna fight? You wanna take fall damage and die? Is that what just happened? I'm looking for the meat source. I want the hog meat if you dropped it, but never mind. You just fucked off? No, you just rolled. There's like 3 of you. Jesus Christ. All right. I guess the last thing to really look at while we scout this out would be water sources near the coal nodes I have over here. Benefit of them being close, at least until I really get a lot of my resources going, so I'm not going back and forth for piping at this distance. A lot of little, hey slug. Ah, we're playing Dune. We're playing, the Dunes are here. Dune open world survival game, factory game. Something spice. All right, but also one of the things we did, we have goals. One of the goals needed to also be finish this factory. It's a nice little starter base, kind of self-contained. Like I made a little bit of a mess over there. This whole thing could be better. Let's look for those water sources. It is one of the things really that makes this not... Oh, we're going to need to get some copper. Makes this location not great, as all these rivers and stuff near us aren't water sources. But if we're going to go down off the side of the map for that one water source, we could also do that here. And we are just kind of trying to thrive until we hit oil anyway. So, first off, we need lots of... Oh yeah, we don't have copper stuff at all. So we're actually handcrafting copper sheets. Those are handcrafted with miners. We got to pound out our own... we actually, you can see we did it earlier. Pound out our own bars. Our own ingots. This is where we're at. This is life. But I do find this fun. This is enjoyable. Oh, I gotta get rid of those. I gotta dump those tickets off. I can't hold on to those. I accidentally sunk some last night, like a lot of them. That's what I get for, for getting there in my inventory. So, pound this out. Oh. Is this guy back? I gotta figure out how to keep him from respawning. I've killed him 4 times here. Jeez, that was close. All right. Let's take these home. Let's make the bigger stick. We clearly need it. Clearly we're getting our butt whooped. Is that about all? Yeah, we're pretty good on materials. Or at least we're pretty good on iron for me to make this Xeno Basher. We need more wire. There we go. Alright, that's a much better stick to fight with. That being said, ingots and copper sheets. We need lots of them. We also need power shards, which I think we can make 3. 2 of those turns a normal into a pure. I think we've got another shard, so more. I want to say we get up to 250%, but it's like 50, 50, 50, right? So 100%, 150, 200. But handcrafting. Why don't we just set up a copper sheets factory? We could. Could we do it here? It's interesting that sheets aren't considered one of the super basic things, but they're made with the basic materials. I need lots. I don't actually need lots of them. When you need them, though, you need them. And that's kind of where we're at. And looking at the map, not a lot of copper, but I bet like one pure node, and we could make a whole copper factory. That's kind of the idea I'm looking at now. One, I don't know. I'm getting ahead of myself. Let's power, decorate steel. Get our power going, decorate our base, get our steel going, and then by the end of the day we should have blueprints. We're going to force out some blueprints. All we need is the blueprint machine, and we can easily make 132 modular frames. Sorry, we can make 132. We only need 100. It's the 200 steel that keeps us keeps it from. And having a good supply of steel is great. It's a good start. It's what we want. Now I know this takes. Here, so I just said this to myself, and I wonder. So we've got some wire factories over here. All right, which ones? Which ones? Oh, these are all wire. Okay. How much harder would it be? Because this thing's theoretically so full. It shouldn't be. Because that's only 30, pushing 30, pushing 30, right? But if I take one more factory, we just call this copper sheets. It's going to take 20 copper ingots, produce 10 sheets a minute. I've just got to do some of the wiring down here. Which, you know, that's what this floor is for. We even kind of have a spot. I was trying to open these spots up to make it more walkable, but that also means I can slam it in there. I could just throw a copper sheet factory right here. A copper sheet storage container. Ah, yes, power. I'm just trying to... There's no need for me to be down here trying to do this. I should just go upstairs, but... Power. There you go. That'll do workforce. Overtime. And I was able to squeeze it in without really disrupting a lot. But that being said, we have a lot to handcraft, so let's do it. Well, Walkman, you can hypertube everywhere. Hello there, Molden. It's true. We could get up hypertube set up too. I kind of have that idea for the roads to have... When we start blueprinting the roads, we could attach things like hypertubes to it. Water pipes. I think we definitely leave space on the side for that decision. Right, if we want to hypertube from place to place. Hypertubes are a little expensive on power, but once we really get the power going, it's not a concern. It's just a concern at this current moment. Right, part of our power drain right now is like 3 awesome sinks, and those eventually won't be a concern, but they're a concern right now, unfortunately. So we're going to get that settled. And good morning. If you didn't catch it, we reset. Because I'm insane. If you're going to bury your conveyor lines like that, I would highly recommend getting Conflair 4 holes from the shop. Very helpful for not clipping. I think we did pick those up just because of that. And we're still in that, like, maybe this works or maybe this is too much trouble. I think it really works. It should work really well if we can blueprint it. That's what I want to do. I want to blueprint everything. Oh, you reset all the time. You aren't crazy. That's fair. If you have a second, I'll show you. I'll show off something. I'll show you my old factory. my old factory, I spent some time this weekend really working the storage facility and the blueprints, and I liked it so much, it made me hate everything else I'd already done. And that's why we're here. Let's see. Let's save the game. Let's just call it the autosave. Let's load stream 1. I really enjoyed what I built. I spent hours on the blueprint, getting it just right, and then putting it together. Oh, this motherfucker was the last straw. I'm going to ignore this build for now. And once I realized I loved it so much, I decided to try to go back and like refactor and beautify everything else I'd already done. And now I actually really dislike these walls, and what I did here, and what you're seeing me run by, is a belt that I was like, all right, let's just make these flat belts. I can carry them the whole way. This is perfectly fine. It'll look so much better. I got, 2 minutes, 3 minutes into this task when I realized the belt was flowing the wrong way. And so all of this belt, worthless. And at that point I was like, alright, fuck it, reset. And then I spent 6 hours last night getting to where we are now in the new world. Just so we weren't like doing the tier 1 stuff again. I said just so we weren't doing tier 1 stuff again, but also I wanted to get overnight tickets. I wanted the tickets to be counted down, so we got a little bit of coal power going, and a little bit of what's the word? Our starter factory dumping into a sink all night for 39 tickets. So yes, we built this in the blueprint factory. Floor included. You can see that when this is backed up or when it's full, these will stop flowing. Silica, right, still working. This whole floor underneath is, things and work. All the busy logistics are hiding. We got good railings. We did resort and retangle the lines, so things are kind of out of order where I'm used to it. I even have elevator parts in the overflow here. As slowly as that's working. Nice glass walkways. Real fun. This was real good. I really liked it. We may or may not do it again because I'm not convinced storage facilities are the way I want to go. But that spiral led me to say we're starting over. We have starting over. Hey, and some sheets are starting to barely sheets. Copper bareleys. Now, if it's a ingot problem, that's something I have a bunch of right now. It does seem to be an ingot problem. Cool. Go make some for me, and I'll handcraft the rest. Get some sheets out. Get ready to do coal power. Decorative, beautiful coal power. Yeah, it's interesting that, like, something that looks good and you're proud of makes you go, ah, fuck it. I want to be this proud of everything. But I'm thinking maybe a bunch of trucks. We can maybe do a central hub, but have, like, trucks delivering it. We could have factories picking up stuff, dumping off stuff. Trucks. Maybe. Maybe trucks makes all that better. Trains do, but we're a little far away from trains. I think we were just about to get to trains, but we needed a lot of factories that we had skipped out on. We still needed a heavy modular frame factory before we were thinking about trains. Computers were on the line. We needed to redo all the power because we had just got access to fuel. And then you got to redo it again when you get access to a good turbo fuel recipe. It's some fun stuff. Trucks until trains, yeah. And if we do a nice road network, we could do some really nice truck stuff. But I think the blueprint, I want to get the blueprint going. And as soon as we can get the blueprint going, Can we handcraft the blue? We can't handcraft steel, can we? We don't have steel yet. Did we skip it accidentally? Oh, that's advanced steel production. I don't need advanced. The blueprints only require the basic steel. There's basic steel. Okay, we actually need to get the steel going before the blueprint. And this might be worth handcrafting, like now, before power. Does the blueprint take power? I guess we have like 70 power. We could do this. Yeah. No, yeah. We should blueprint. We should get that going. So I want to make everything off the blueprint. And then I wouldn't mind having, you know, big factories, not using the logistics floors, but I think I'm going to incorporate the logistics floor into the factory pieces. I think that'd be real easy and real fun. As we manually hammer out a bunch of sheets and I stare at this modular frames, 50 of them. Yep. We're gonna force the hand, force out our basic steel production. We could manually craft a bunch of steel. We could drop into the blueprint. Like, we don't have to set up we don't have to set up a single factory right now to get the blueprinter down. I think. I did it. We started all over. Hello there, friend. We did a little bit of a tour. I can talk about it while this hammers out. But essentially, we made a really nice storage facility with blueprints last night. I really enjoyed it. It was super complex. It did a lot of great things. It looked really nice. And then everything else I had done felt bad in comparison. So here we are, hammering out modular frames. We were about, I'd say we're about 6 hours into the new save, plus about 8 hours AFK. In 6 hours, we were able to get up the basic 6 products: concrete, iron plates, iron rods, screws, wire, and cable, automating. We filled up 2 entire chests, and we had 3 awesome sinks running all night collecting them. Gave us 39 tickets when I woke up this morning. 38 when I woke up, 39 when I got back from the orthodontist. So now we've got a bunch of things to help us build, and I think we're going right into blueprints, and that's where this is going to be a little different. We could just cheat blueprints in, but that's not as much fun. Oh, we got the rotors. We'll need more later. Not the rotors, the heavy modular frames. Let's get what we need for rotors. First playthrough here. Is the awesome sink really that useful? It is one of the most useful things in the game. So what it does, if you're unfamiliar, obviously it takes all your excess materials and in return gives you tickets. Those tickets are spent at the Awesome Shop, where you're going to find a lot of things that are going to really help your factories. Signs, lighting, power poles, like wall power poles, pipeline attachments for the wall, for the conveyor belts, different shaped foundations, which are a big one if you really don't like those, corner pieces not matching up well. A lot of different walls and doors and gates, some structural stuff, catwalks for, a little bit of design, a little bit of helping you get around, and some good customization stuff. I think most importantly, you could do all of it probably if you ignored it. Like, if you ignore the awesome sink, you're probably fine. But if you want to make things look nice, flow well, kind of a requirement. But welcome, Satisfactory's a great game. I'm a huge fan. We need this stuff. So it's always good to have new players. Let's drop these basic steel productions in. And let's start handcrafting, baby. Let's go. Oh, 101. Do we not have enough? Probably screws. And we should drop off the organics. We're going to start collecting that in here. And I think if we come about this with the whole thing in blueprints, we'll be a lot more thoughtful about how we're doing things. Because it's really easy to do the complex things that look nice one time and repeat them, and that's what we're hoping to get to. Like I think on a good blueprint, we could probably have 5 constructors for on a single blueprint doing a thing. We could probably build an entire plates factory if we do it well, right? On a blueprint, make it look nice, so we could just dump it into a factory. Logistics on the bottom, and I'm kind of hoping that's what we can get to. Is oh hey, heavy modular frame requires these 3 things. You start popping down blueprints for the sections of the factory that kind of build it together. And if I do that with some standards, like if I make sure I kind of know what I want to do. I want to do a standard. If I set standards for the blueprints where everything kind of lines up, underfloor layers, second floor layers, making sure that everything's, 1 meter, 2 meter, whatever it needs to be, I think we're in a good spot. And then we're just going to figure that out with the first blueprint and make sure we kind of keep that standard. Just Jeff says, thanks, really love it so far. I was just trying to figure out how I can get the overflow of a storage container somewhere, but that doesn't seem to be an option for that. So, what I'm doing now is I've just taken half of everything on a splitter and pulled it off because it was eventually going to overflow overnight anyway. That's not your best option. What it will mean is that when it does overflow, it's still flowing over to the side and it'll just convert full. But there are, if you go out there and you look for something called Caterium, you can do it at the very beginning of the game. Oh, hey, Molded, thanks for the water check. There sure is some water in this coffee. So there's something called Caterium that if you mine it and research it in the MAM, it'll give you access to something called Quickwire. And Quickwire unlocks something called a Smart Splitter, which then will let you set overflow. We haven't done it yet in this playthrough, so I can't immediately show you. But it's super, super useful. One of the first things, people will seek out is how do I get my Smart Splitter set up. You see all kinds of in-game stuff you don't want to see yet. That's fair. There's a lot going on, and it can be overwhelming. I've never made it to nuclear. And apparently that's a whole ass thing. And nuclear waste and processing nuclear waste, and do you want to even turn on nuclear before you can handle the nuclear waste? I got the first 2 stages in that research. Cool, yeah, I think it's on the left side of the tree as you go down. Smart Splitter. A good storage setup might just have a Smart Splitter, at every input going, hey, when you're full on rods, send them that way. You kind of merge them all together and dunk them. Dunk them into the sink. I'm just gonna need more coffee really soon. I got like one good gulp left in me before it's gone. Have we really been on this long? Yeah, I guess we've been streaming now for about an hour. Oh, 3 more. I pulled out a little early. So this is gonna give us the steel. I don't recommend trying this at home. Handcrafting our way up the tiers.
Steel production unlocked. Foundry grants act.
All right, so that's going to require some stuff we have and then some stuff we don't. And you just saw it right there, modular frames. Modular frames are going to require a whole bunch of beams and a whole bunch of plates. Beams, rods and plates. So we've got a nice storage chest of those. We can grab an abundance of, and what I'll do is I'll just start making these while I go get coffee. What are we looking at now? That's about right. That's about even numbers. I usually add early game to the end of my searches when I want to avoid the in-game stuff, but sometimes it doesn't work. Yeah, the internet's a fickle mistress. All right, give me like 1.5 minutes. I'm gonna make coffee while this hammers out. boy, it's hammering. How many are we up to? Okay, alright, we're almost at 100. Good timing. Let's see. I just put power poles halfway around the map to the new place I want to build my factory. The starter place isn't great. Yeah, it's fair. Oh, Devin, good morning. And I see there's a water check just in time. Fresh bit of coffee. That's very hot. But there's water in it. Oh, if you're talking about the Grassy Plains, just Jeff, then yeah, that's we just left there too. So I feel you. All right. Now we need to dunk what we can, and then we'll start looking at. But we can't dunk what we can. We got to start looking at crafting some steel. We just need to gather. What's this? Add it to do list. Let's edit what we currently have. Let's clear it. And so what we want 100 steel frames, right? So we just say, or 200 steel beams. We're going to require 800 steel ingots. Ooh, maybe we are just getting a foundry together for this one, boys. So I won't mind smashing out 200 of a thing, but smashing out 1,000 of a thing is another thing altogether. Yeah, Grassy Plains said it was ideal for starters. They talked about this. I actually watched their dev stream from last night. So I watched it last night, and it was asked, like, are you looking at changing the starter right location recommendations? And they said that they found that new players often struggled with space rather than resources. So it was ideal for beginners because it addresses one specific problem they have. Is how much room you have to build things and figure it out. What made you decide to start over? Just bad startup and start? Well, for me, I started playing around a bunch on Saturday and Sunday. So Saturday, I refactored the storage facility we had. I put a lot of work into it in a blueprinter, and I came out with something I was really happy with. I really loved it. And I destroyed the old storage facility. That was a whole nother several hours, so I could put in the new one, get everything connected, and then it just made the rest of the factory, the rest of the work I had done, look terrible. Like, it was so nice, and I had to start refactoring everything else. So I started fixing everything else, and I realized I had taken so many shortcuts, and everything looked so bad that it's just an overwhelming urge to start over. I struggle with water, need more power. The coolness of factory and efficiency. Oh yeah, and don't get me wrong, I love this game. So we started over, and I'm happy. Last night, to get this kicked off, I spent about 6 hours getting this starter factory with all the basic materials in it going, and powered by a little bit of coal we've got going over there, just so I could leave it on all night and let the tickets go. But we're getting close. We're going to try to force out the blueprinter, and if we can do that, I guess we better, if we can force out the blueprint machine, that's when we're really going to start building the factory. So we're trying to skip straight into blueprints. So put down a couple. I mean, we don't put down a miner. We're getting the miners to put down miners. That's what I'm trying to say. Words escape me. We're gonna have a little bit of coal here, and I just need to find a little bit of iron somewhere else. I think there's iron nearby, right? There's a whole bunch nearby. There's iron ore, there's copper ore. Iron, that's an iron ore I'm using. That's an iron pure that I'm not, just straight south. Okay. We're looking off, we're looking off on my browser talking to myself. So let's start with, I'm going to call this like the last thing I'm going to hand jam out. There's a couple beams before I make myself delete everything. Not everything. Is there a Vado storage facility we're talking about? Hey, let's go back. Let's take a look. Let's save the game. We got two people here asking about it. I would love to show it off. Hopefully I don't have to make that run back. No, this is 8 p.m. last night, so I'm going to have to make that run again, but... Okay, so, the old factory. This was the last straw for me. So I decided I really didn't like the way I had used these conveyor walls to transport materials. Eventually, this is like 5 items, stacked like 3 high. And I was going to run this conveyor belt here down low to the ground to kind of neaten it up. You know, put some supports under the floating platform. And I got about like 5 minutes into the project, and I realized I had run this entire belt going the wrong way. And that was, again, last straw was painful. I had spent like 4 hours slowly trying to neaten up things farther and farther away from base. And every time I did something, you know, there's always one more thing you find. Yeah, this was trying to untangle this, and I liked it at the time. We did end up restructuring where these belts came in at, because these are all the... Oops, excuse me. Jump and stand still. Down there is all the copper factories. Over here, you'll see there's some steel and some concrete coming in. And when I first started, these belts were from right to left in the order I made them. So like these copper sheets, these wires, these concretes were coming in over there. And then the products I had coming in here, which we made later, were like over here. So we detangled all this. This was a lot of spaghetti for a very long time. You can see the blueprinter I got up over here. That let me start working it. And this is the storage facility. Idea is it's big enough to hold everything in the game. We've got this conveyor lift technique I found online that shows you, whether or not the container's full. You can see over here the silica is still being loaded. When it is full, it's sent down here. This is excess, and that excess is being joined together in a large belt all the way down here, all these mergers. It does, yeah, there's lots of work to do down here. Now, there's not a lot of items on the belt at the moment because I destroyed a bunch of the moving stuff. But all the excess goes into some elevator parts that are working pretty slowly. But they would get there eventually. We just have, theoretically, every part fits here once you get them done. A bunch of containers, though, that, aren't being used because I don't have enough materials being made right. We're early game here. There's a whole bunch of things left to craft with signs and this little conveyor trick we have here. So I essentially finished it, loved it, and hated everything else I'd done. Like you can see, this clean factory has like 20 belts coming in at varying angles. And this we cleaned up, and that looks a little better. But then we just have this large foundation of belts going that way, and each of the factories is, put together as if I was going to tear it down. I don't know. That's what it is. And so this is one of the strategies I like, where you make something and you send it back to the base. So you have access to everything. Because, for example, computers, really hard to make. They come in real slowly. And then you need them to craft things. You need computers to build, I don't know, let's see, parts of trains. So if I wanted to do a whole bunch of train stuff, and maybe heavy modular frames is the better example. If I wanted to build a train line, I would have to go somewhere to grab a whole bunch of heavy modular frames in my inventory. And they're right over, they're right over here. But if I just left heavy modular frames at a factory or on a bus somewhere, I'd have to go get it. And that's why I think this game differs a little bit from other games. Like Factorio, I would do a bus with there would be a mall on it, and those malls have buildings, right? Things I used and I put down. But in this game, you can't store the buildings, you store the parts that make the buildings. And those are the same parts that make other parts. And it's this logistical problem that we are still trying to master. but you will always need access to some of these parts, right? I think once we get trains, we get a better solution than this. But this is a cozy, comfortable one for me. So this thing back up. Now, when you're looking to like make a factory, let's say it is modular frames, that's something maybe you're close to. It's pretty good to just look on the map and say, for heavy modular frames, I need, you know, a couple of good sources of iron, right? And then just, you know, go to that place, build the factory, and pull all the iron from location, smelt it, you know, make it into plates, make it into rods, do the whole thing on site, rather than, say, pull from your current existing plates. Again, a strategy. And I think it is the more common one. Iron ore. Oh man, I do. I have a lot of work to get back there. You got a lot of work to find what's gonna make you happy. But I mean, this is a game where we restart. Like everybody restarts their factory over and over and over. You're gonna learn just enough that you're gonna, you know, want to do a reset. Which one was which? Was that copper to my left? To my right? I'm going to have to go fight. Yeah, it's copper. Cool. You're going to learn just enough to be dangerous. And you're going to want to kind of reset. And then you're going to learn a little more, a little farther you get. Unless you got better willpower than me. And then, you know, you might actually see the end of the game. Okay. I think this was, I'm looking at the map over here. Yeah, this is pure. Yeah, it's pure. Okay, I was having some control malfunctions. And by malfunctions, I mean I was pressing bad buttons. Okay, so this I promise is temporary. This is not the long list of temporary things that won't be temporary. We will be tearing this down. Or at least making a real factory off of it later. Don't count on it. My autism can't even handle machines not being in the right place on the grid. Yep. Yep. Lots of foundations. Get your foundation practice in now. In fact, one of the things I'm going to have to figure out here is, with all these resources on this map, in this location, like how am I going to neatly get them from place to place? But you know, that's a problem for future Casey, and it's a problem for Casey with blueprint access, which is what we're going to get eventually. At least power lines are nice and long. So, we really just getting coal here and iron. We're going to throw it into a... Again, very, very temporary. Foundry set up here. We're going to make a couple beams. All in the name of getting blueprints going. We'll probably let it live long enough to do a couple, you know, satisfying... We should turn on Zoop. What are we doing? Yeah, a satisfying amount of storage. Is this how I want to do this? I mean, probably not. I mean, this is not how I want to do this. We just put it down, Casey. Come on now, make the factory. We need to do a foundry. Let's call it 2 foundries, and they require rotors, which we definitely didn't come here without. All those modular frames sitting in our inventory that we spent our coffee break crafting going to good use. No, nothing has happened to trucks yet. Are you asking why we don't have them yet? Because the answer to that question would be blueprints. We are gonna force out blueprints, and then we got to figure out how we want to do our trucks. Even if trucks are the right answer. Okay, so we do have enough for Mark II belts, which would give us 120, but this is 90. I want to please 45 and 45. So if we do a third one, which we can't currently afford, it would make Mark II belts really worth it. Shit. All right. Can we do it, or do we have enough? We need screws. All right. Let's go and get a good amount of materials. I would have needed screws anyway. But we're getting 120 out of... No, we're getting 60. We're only getting 60 coal out of that one. We could... And we should actually power shard it. So yeah, we'll make some power shards. We'll overclock it 100%. Make it match the iron. It'll be 120. We get 3 foundries out of 120. That'll give us 45. Well, it gives 120 steel per minute. That's probably a bit too much steel. Like in reality, being very temporary, that's a lot more than we want. So we just do 1 foundry, 45 per minute. But I think the problem here is when you go to steel beams, don't forget to drop off supplies for the blueprinter. Yeah, good point. They give us some room. The inner constructor, 45 only makes 15 per minute, which isn't a terrible temporary amount. Actually, is it a 1-to-1? Not that. 1-to-1 beam. It 15 per minute. It actually takes in 60 per minute. There we go. Let's dump off things we don't need, not just the organics. Let's craft up those power shards. Undecided if we're using them or not. Let's take 2 with this. Already more power shards than I had in the last game. This area is just loaded with creatures. I think these are expensive. We got rods, we got plates, wire. We should use some cable. Are we just out of cable? Wow. We let the cable get away from us. Concrete. And we're fine on wire. We're going to have to do some more handcrafting over there, but that's fine. So if we did, let's see, each of those machines was 4 to make 1. If we're just making beams at 120, that would allow for 2 machines making, wow, that's 15 a minute, 60. Is that really it? Here, 1 second. Let me write these down real quick. So steel ingots are producing 1-to-1, right? So it's 45 per minute per machine, making 45 per minute, and that's it. Steel and iron ore. Then we come down to make the beams, and it's a 4-to-1 ratio, taking in 60 per minute and giving us 15 per minute. So 3 foundries is 135, which, we round down to 120 and just have 2 of these machines giving us 30 at a time. Or do we start adding, I think we start adding steel pipes to that. So it's steel pipes are 3-to-2 ratio. Let me bring this back. 3-to-2 ratio, taking in actually 60 per minute as well, and making 20 per minute. we're actually not getting 135. We're only getting 120 because that's all the input we're gonna have. So we could have 15 and 20 handling pipes for us for a bit. It's the choice. It's kind of the choice of. Yeah, we are close to Mark II miners. You're right. Do we want beams or pipes at all? Or do we want pipes at all, or we just get enough beams to do the blueprinter faster? And I think that's the answer. I'll do the frames and rotors. 10 and 10. Hey, hey! Gotta love me a whiteboard. Makes me feel much better about having this drafting table next to me. Yeah, we can slot down that Mark II miner once we get it. But there's going to be a point where we stop trying to shoot ahead of ourselves and we slow it down. And it's going to be like as soon as we get blueprints. Right, everything is going to be made with a blueprint in mind. We're no longer working outside that setup. We've just got to resist the temptations. That being said, it occurs to me this has to be a Mark II belt the whole way to work, and I'm glad I AFK'd a bunch of plates at some point. Because this might not be enough. Oof. Oh no, 73 left. Okay, we'll make it, but we might have to craft for the other one. We might have to craft for the machines. 20. All right, 24 left. We're now getting these at 120. How's your week going, Devin? And your preparation for the final shape that comes out tomorrow. Oh, that's exciting. Splitter. We want to go in this direction with the splitter. That direction with that splitter. Just gonna put them both down. Then rotate it and put this one down. We'll bring this back to here. Bring this down up to here. And we're out of reinforced plates. I think we grabbed enough to make more. So another factory we need to. Did all that I could. 24-hour maintenance today. It'll be live tomorrow morning. Yeah. Ooh, I didn't even think about saving exotic engrams. That's a good idea. It's not a bad idea at all, actually. I spent them as I could get them, for sure. Well, I was also behind on exotics, too, so that's... I needed every one I could, and I ended up with a couple of good builds right at the end. Alright, we're going to need Mark IIs on these belts. But for the rest, we can go Mark Is. Oh, too steep. That's a shame. Oof, alright. Some construction errors. Temporary, so we can give ourselves temporary fixes. Temporary fix is going to be coming out here with it. It just won't line up with everything else. So let's make sure that connects. Because that one's yellow, so this one should be, okay, blue. And actually that needs to be Mark II and Mark II. We got 45 coming out of each of these. So, let's get this power sharded. Oh, I can't overclock anymore because of research, I think. Oh, another one. There we go. 200%, 120 parts. This is going to be set to steel ingots. Has a Titan main. I highly recommend coming back to the crowns. Still torn on whether I stay a hunter or go back to maining a Titan. I was having a blast with Banner Green Crown Titan. I don't know Crown Titan. That's a new phrase for me. All right. Oh man, this is hideous. All right, constructor. We just need the 2 constructors. All we're doing is splitting the... Actually, let's get the conveyors down the splitters. So we want a splitter here. I guess we want a merger there. We can come out at 45. Then we need a splitter. Two constructors. Mark II belts here. Power. I don't think I've ever done such a small steel factory. Why aren't you moving? Will you move now? Gotta make sure it loads in. The joke is that Titans are muscleheads who eat crowns. Oh, like Marines. Hey, love you guys. Don't get too mad, Marines. If there happen to be anybody listening, it is a Marine. Okie doke. Alright, so both of these currently going to be set to beams. We could set one to pipes later. And just to prove how temporary this is, we are not running a storage container back. We're barely going to line them up. Perfect. Now we just need 200 of them. Let's give that a minute to run, and we'll come back here. A nice stockpile of those would be good. Hoorah indeed. Oorah, even. Or ahoa. Or hooah. There's so many different ways. And I've heard about a dozen. I think you'll hear. Hey, Just Jeff, thank you for the follow. Hope your game's going well. We'll see you around a bunch. My buddies are getting ready for a day one tomorrow. Watching them go stir crazy is kind of funny. Yeah, they want to play now. Not later, now. What can we dump off? We need concrete. We need cable. We actually just need always need concrete. We need the things to make heavy or regular modular frames, which are in the inventory. Cool. Let's get the blueprint going, or all the other things. Oh, modular frames require reinforced plates. I'd forgotten that. little detail. That's right, because reinforced iron plates and rotors are all iron products, and they're kind of easy with a modular frame. Well, it's also an iron product, but it's one more step into reinforced iron plates. I was moving to a spot with 3 pure nodes, but one seems to be underground. Maybe. I guess it depends on where you're at in the map. I guess, yeah, which portion of the map did you go to? Because if you want, I can point you to what I think is the sexiest starting spot in the game. It's not here. I just have never done this section, this area before, so that's why we chose it this time. But there is a spot in the northern forest that is renowned for being excellent. If we go to the browser, this little section over here, let's go ahead and see if I can find it on a map. It's been a minute since I've looked for it specifically. Probably gonna have to find the right here. This spot right here has 4 pure iron nodes. But that's not all. 2 pure copper nodes. But that's not all. A single pure limestone node. It's got coal right down the road, a pure node there. A whole bunch of normal coal nodes. Some additional iron right over here for when you're really ready to do steel. It's got Caterium right in the backyard. It is a short trip over to some oil. And really, this whole area, this whole northern forest is gorgeous. Okay, so you're probably in this range then. Let's see if I can find 3 pure iron nodes. There's 3 pure iron nodes. Let's see, there's 2 pures, there's 2 pures. There's 4 right here. This is another great spot. Assuming there's copper nearby. It's west at the bottom. I came from the starter area. Oh. So, there's 3 iron pures. There's an iron. Yeah, this looks hot. This is sexy. Is one of these in a cave? I couldn't tell you. Altitude 5 meters, altitude 16 meters, altitude 16 meters. It's probably this one. If these two are at 16, this one's at 5. Yeah, no coal. Coal's one of those first things you got to travel for. This is probably your best coal spot right here. It's got nice water access, and it's 4 normal nodes, one of which you won't have access to immediately. That being said, did we get enough beams while we were hanging out, looking at maps? That is a really nice area for being that close to the Grassy Plains. You can do a lot there. Especially early on, those pure nodes are 120, so as soon as you get Logistics 2, all your factories are double speed. Yeah, that's pretty good. Oh yeah, very, very slow, but it's happening. And you're not getting any excess. You're perfectly balanced. There's no stoppage on the belts. 45 times 3, not quite 45 times 3, but you know what I mean. We can put down a craft bench. We'll probably craft out some of the stuff in our own inventory. May go a little faster. Just unlocked the Miner Mark II. Just a bit hard to make for now. Yeah, and that's when if your automation, like ours is about to be, falls behind what you can make. Like I'm barely gonna squeeze out a blueprint factory like one time, and I'm gonna have to handcraft all the parts of it. All those make 12. That's alright. We'll clean out the ore in our inventory by doing this. Well, most of it. You can see we've got a couple pieces there. We can sit here and we can make some plates, some rods, some reinforced plates, anything that's going to be useful. Actually, while we're at it, yeah, let's make reinforced plates. Let's sit down for a minute. Always be manually crafting, apparently. And then once you start putting down your Mark IIs and your factory start to get bigger, suddenly you realize power is a problem. Which, you know, I haven't even looked at the power lines lately. We could be in some real trouble. We are peaking over the productivity of our coal miners. We're going above them. We are actually draining from our biomass to do this. You say, yeah, that's why I hand feed all the advanced machines until I get my automated stuff caught up. Yeah, that's fair. Like the space elevator parts or the heavy modular frames, those can be hand fed pretty well. Is that 200, by the way? Am I coming back without a full stack? That's 200. Now it's just going to be dependent on what it costs to make. Because this did take me 5 days in in the other game, right? Like, I got this up Saturday after 5 days of streaming. So we're super ahead on the blueprint. But a super important building. When this first came out, one of the first thoughts people had was it's not big enough, right? Because it's a 4x4 by, I want to say 4 factory space, and it might be a little taller. Yeah, 32 by 32 by 32 meters, so 4 by 4 by 4. But then people got real creative with it. Oh, I'm gonna clear the steel beams off the list. We don't need them in anymore, but we do need 100 steel beams, 15 modular frames. Modular frames will require reinforced plates. And we're crafting. And again, power. Power. We are over our power grid. How do we want to handle that? No, we just peek over it. If we had batteries, it'd be fine, but we don't. I think we put the blueprint thing right out here. We start thinking about our problems. It's gonna start designing the rest of the factories for the rest of the game, with no mistakes, and nothing will ever change. Okie dokie. All right, so 100. There's 44. There's 44. Well, there's 1 and 2, and let's switch you over. Nope, it's a steel pipe. So we'll have steel pipe if we need it, hanging out over here just for us. I mean, what our problems are, we're just over the power. I would love to pull something down to set that straight, and I think I know exactly what's about to get shut down. It's going to be the one of the awesome sinks. They're pretty power hungry. As I say, it could be the coal, because we're using a Mark 1 miner at Mark 2 speeds. Which, by the way, power charge, perfect for coal generators, or coal miners. Not coal generators. In fact, they don't really do anything, but otherwise, really good. Better off blitzing for oil. You're not wrong. Yeah, oil would be a good thought. Let's see, what is the lowest? Like, we're getting that pretty slow. We're getting that pretty slow. I think we're gonna need these items the most. So we shut that down. Now we're not consuming another 30, right? We won't pull up. Yeah, not powered at all. Now we could turn it on real quick, get our coupons. And then turn it off. It is expensive to keep going though. That is 30 megawatts. That is almost half a coal generator. I guess 1.5, 2.5 coal gen. A coal generator is 75 megawatts. That's 30. That's the math. Y'all can do it. So, any milestones that we need now? Vehicle transport's kind of next for all the stuff we want to do. We did talk about expanded power storage if we wanted to throw down batteries, but batteries get me in trouble more than they don't here because you don't realize you're low on power as you're building things. Mark III don't really need. We could finish a lot of these in just like an hour once everything's built up. Not all of them. I don't think we need anything else for what we're doing. So this is a milestone to just have in the background to be aware of. All right. We've done it. Blueprint generator. ECS, all the new stuff. I love it. We made this 7 last time, didn't we? One, 2, 3, 4, 5. No, we want 6. I want this to be 5 because I want essentially a square around on all sides of the blueprint. That'll be a little hard because we don't have flying unlocked to do some of these builds, but we'll deal with it. Now we just want this 4x4 square to be completely taken up by, you heard it here, the thing we didn't do last time, blueprints. Wait, how much space is that taking up on the left and the right? Is that half a square? So we want to come to like there? There? There we go. Ladies and gentlemen. You're getting to see things you didn't see in a week worth of my last game. Yeah, that feels good. Blueprints. So, we need to set some standards. What do we have for blueprints right now? Does it have my old blueprint? It doesn't. All right, so this this blueprint I had before at storage facility, I would have to go get, and we may go get that. We did put some work into it, but now we kind of got to think about where do we start, and it's kind of about having a standard, I think, that we can use across all other builds. So, foundations. Let's have a 2 meter be our default, and we can start every build on the ground floor, right? We don't have to put this on top of a foundation. It'll come with it. All right, from there, I kind of want a logistics floor for anything we're gonna do. So we can say like a conveyor wall. So with like an input. Now let's say the first thing we're gonna want to make, let's say a smelter, right? We could put smelters on this. So we'll place that there for now and kind of see what it is. It's just a giant 3D printer. Yeah, more or less. So I build in here, and then I can save it, and then I'll be able to place whatever's in here, as long as I have the materials anywhere I want. So I won't print it here and move it. I make it here. I design it here, and then drop it in the world. Uh, Pixel says a truck stop blueprint. That's a good one too. Yeah, that's a good one. Truck stop is going to be part of it. We're probably going to spend hours here um, getting everything together and then going back, then, you know, making some factories. So I think every time we have a problem, we just make sure we come back to the blueprint if we haven't used one for it. So logistics floor for smelting, right? Let's say smelters are, how many can we fit? Probably 8. Logistics, pot production, smelting. So putting one down and looking at it, we need, this is 30 per minute. So if we have 4 in here, that's 120 of a thing we can smelt. So I like 120 as a standard right now. Logistics floor, though, means what? It means we need another floor on top, and it probably just needs to be 1 meter. Let's try this. I think this is going to be mildly complex to get going. We're going to have to, like, build ramps and shit around it, but let's get up here. I'm thinking truck stops are good. I want to have the roads are all going to be part of it. Maybe some scaffolding on the outside so I can get up and around a little easier would be helpful too. So let's say it's getting it here. Where do we fit? I mean, we fit 4 smelters any way we want them. We could even make this 8 smelters. But 120 of an item coming in. And we can go... Well, right down the middle, it's 2 splitters. Which leads to that. That being said, we also don't have a lot of Mark II belts. Mark II reinforced plates, so we're going to have to make those real quick. And while I do that, let's see what kind of other people are doing. Let me get more screws. We'll get some inspiration. Real lazy me could, you know, just take their blueprints, but that's not what we're about. We're going to make this our own, so we not only understand it, but we don't hate it later. So, let's look up satisfactory blueprints. I think it's actually on that page we were just on. Yeah, the calculator. Blueprints. So we look up like a smelting block. Mark V iron smelter. Oh, right. Some of these require the blueprint cheater. The blueprint mod. Let's see. Iron ingot. Oh, yeah, because you can get a mod that just lets you build the biggest blueprint thing you want, and then you can put down entire factories. Okay, so that's pretty intense. But I kind of see what they're getting at. That is, it's already preloaded with 400 iron ore and 400 ingots. Just add power. A Mark II belt input with ore and a Mark II output with iron plate. So we could just do the whole iron plate here. Or we could smelt. We could just do an iron plate factory if we were good enough. If we were willing to stack things like this. But I don't think that's what I want to do. I do think I want to place things down and build in those modular chunks rather than just being like, here's my iron plate factory. I think. But if we could fit 120, 120 coming in and out with iron plates, just a basic iron plates blueprint, It's not a terrible idea. How would it look? We're really gonna have to do scaffolding, aren't we? All right. What's the best way to do this? It's gonna be actual architecture, isn't it? The not the ramp, but the... Interesting. I don't see a stairwell. So modern has the stairwell. This just has ramp. I need you to... There you go. I could probably do a better job of... That really... Modern is that... Yeah, it's just ramp. So we probably just want the crossing a bunch of places, right? Probably want the T. I keep going past it. We'll go up another height over here. Make this a turn. This might have turned too early. Oh, we're fine. Okay. So we can kind of explore this a little easier. So, it is just 4 smelters. We could take up less space if we wanted. Now that we're looking at it, this is actually not going to work. We are going to have to shift it over a bit. So let's redesign this to take it in right here. I think if we're going to do 4, it's got to be like these 4. Because we're not going to have room on both sides to fit this. These are about too long. Let's get them. I think we can just do this, right? This is going to come in on a Mark II. And we'll try to save materials here, right? So 120 minus 30, 120 minus 30. Now it's a Mark I. We'll use minimum number of materials for all of our sections. All right, can we attach the smelters? I don't think we can attach them directly to. Like, they're not gonna jam in there too well. But we do want them as close as is feasible. There we go. We can feed those with Mark I's. We can go back underground for the power. So now we have these wall connectors that'll work pretty well. Then You can see there we can just hide it in the factory wall. Or I guess the factory floor in this case. We'll have to plan where that comes out. I think input output, right? We can do something like let's see. There we go. So now we connect the ore, we connect the power, and it is 120, and it can be, I guess it could be iron or copper. If we wanted to designate this as a factory for building something, how would we do it? First, let's give ourselves more catwalk. It overlaps in the blueprint. It doesn't like it. Interesting. Did this not overlap in the blueprint? It did. Interesting. But from like way back here, it didn't care. I kind of thought this might have been a problem. Like I had gone too far. But we just pull it back one. And we can still jump around on this. Give this a corner. I just want to kind of be able to... Nope, not a corner yet. That was one too many. There we go. I mean, I zoomed it over the other side. Just like I did there. And all the way down. Alright, so this side. Smelting block of 4. We're gonna come down. Again, these can all be Mark 1s. We go down here with mergers. Now we're at 60. So we go there and here. But this is going to be a Mark II. And we'll get a conveyor wall. And Mark II. So, this is basic smelting. Take a look at it from up here. Thank you. I do that poorly sometimes. Alright, so this is pretty simple. Do we add more to this, or do we call this the smelting block? We can even take away from it a bit and make it the 3x. Things we could add to it would be, walkways. We could get rid of a whole segment here. Like this could go. This could go. This is a walkable space. It'll be a walkable space on both sides. We even did a pretty good job of... No, this is not a 4-meter floor. It's more of a 3-meter space, so we can close it off nicely. Probably going to want to put power outlet on the other side, though, before we completely close it off. So we had power, but in this floor? Yeah, we did. So we go power, power. I know there's a double wall outlet we're not using too. There we go. We're gonna be able to get another ramp on the other side. What do we think? What can we do? It is coming out over here. We could do a constructor block, but really this is a programmable, completely programmable, maybe even stackable if we were smart. Okay, let's just set this. So this is going to be called a smelter. Smelter block. We're making an icon of a smelter. 120 ore per minute smelting. We set that color to blue's fine. It costs a little bit of stuff. We save that blueprint. Now, we could also, I think, just call this a, we do the same thing with what constructors, but we can probably do a couple more constructors. I bet. We could have done more smelters, to be fair, but what can we do? Anything we can save? Oh, do we need that? Is that going to work? This blueprint. I connected it from here, so that should work. So let's see what we can redo. Or reuse, right? So ideally, we can now do the same thing. And shove in some constructors. Right, we're going to input on one side and output on the other. Is that what's actually happening pretty cleanly here, right? Kind of want to make it input and output on the center. Because that'll help us line things up. But then again, what if we simplified it even more? Let's take a look at flat, no logistics layer, right? Oh, we can just clear this. All right, so if we were to do flat, it would look like what? I've seen some good examples that aren't super complex. I don't necessarily like that block we were looking at earlier. So let's say we just, instead of walls, we organize this with, you know, logistics. So we say, you know, here's a merger. Send it into the merger, right? We can center that. Right, we hit the smelting block. I guess actually wants to be a splitter. I'm thinking about it. Think about the things you're doing, sir. We could put 8 down here real easy, but let's say this. this is kind of my basic smelting layout, but it's kind of a basic smelting. I wouldn't even call it mine. We are manifolding a bit right here. Mark II. Mark II down the middle, right? 120, like that's smelting. We even have room to potentially expand to 8 here. We'll call that 120, and then we could do a 240 later. Then all we need to do is have some mergers for an output. This is why we're going to want to squish this a little bit. I think squishing is fine. Is that the minimum distance it wants? Question is, whether or not we can fit a whole nother merger on this side, right? And we can if it's yellow. But if that's okay being yellow, let's make these smelters yellow. Alright, so we go in there, right? That's the end. Mark 1 belts. We can still, I'd say we could hide the power in the floor, but we don't have like a wall. So we're gonna wanna just do a normal, corner of the building power. Not that corner of the building, but a corner. And now we can cleanly add mergers here. Are these the same? They are not the same. Who screwed it up? You did. Cool, cool, cool. Yeah, that'll give us a healthy amount of room on the left and the right that things won't look squished if we put them next to this. Now what we can also do is take away some things to make it cheaper to build. And you can see if we take away the just little bits of things. That was just the conveyor support, not a required item, and the whole thing is now cheaper. And theoretically, right, we come out of here down there to whatever is on the blueprint. We've got ourselves a 120 iron ingot smelting block. The whole thing uses nearly exactly 3 blocks. If we moved it more centered and made it take up all 4 blocks, how do we do that? We only have to make this once. It's just got to be. We want it to be good to place. We want it to feel good to place. This is 4 blocks. These are the 2 middle. Move everything down 1. And then leave space over here, maybe. Because this is tight. Then that is not. I'm kind of liking this already better, though, than the logistics floor. Just give me things to think about on how we're going to do a thing. So the input could be centered. The first input. Right. That's a splitter. And the output can be centered here. And that gives us this room to work with. We take out our smelters. Oh no, we do it first with the splitters. Center those here on these 2. We're going to need the Mark II in the center. Really only for the first one. We can Mark I this. Now we smelter. Alright. And just nice and close. Mark 1, Mark 1, Mark 1, Mark 1. We do our power. That's an easy enough block to power. We do the mergers on the outside. We can even make it look a little less blocky. We don't put the mergers everywhere they don't need to go. Save a little bit of building materials too. That'll be mildly more important than it normally is. Every time we repeat this, you know, there's 1 less rod cost to build this right there because I took out the support. I kind of like how this borders the factory too. It kind of corners it off nicely. Get rid of that foundation. Yeah, just a little bit less to make. And there. So that'll be 120 in, 120 out smelting. Four by 4 block. Let's save that. So this one, so I want to save this as smelting 120. So it's going to be 120 per minute ore into 120 per minute ingot. We select another icon. We go back to here, select the image, change the color. No, I think I like the blue. I think we can look at our blueprint, so I would probably just say we don't like the smelting block. We don't have to destroy it yet. Would this let us? Interesting. Yeah, fuck it. Let's remove it. We put some work into it, but let's remove it. Let's add category. This category is going to be called new category. New category is factory modules. Okay. undefined. Can we, how do we, oh, set directory. Is there an apply button? Oh, do I need to add a subcategory? Oh, come on, guys. Q, blueprints, edit, add a subcategory. Get out of that. Sure, we'll add that to the to-do list. I go to type and it's, okay. Factory modules. Cool. I think this can be deleted. Remove category. Factory module is fine. Apply changes. And we edit. Can we drag it down? There we go. Apply changes. All right, smelting 120. Done. Centered. So now we do it again, but with constructors. We can think about plates. This would feed 4 constructors worth of plates. And it was really just the same build. We just got to make all the connections. If I just throw down a constructor. So we just make this empty block, or no, we won't mess with that for now. So constructor. How's this gonna apply here? I guess it's the question, how does it fit over here? Mark ones into there. Okay. Mark ones into there. And then over here. And over here. And that's plates, honestly. That's what plates would be. In fact, let's not type it there. We might screw it up. But what about things like rods? Rods handle 15 at a time. So you might need a double block of these if you were going full rods. So you just got to know how many constructors take what. So if I wanted to go a screw factory, we would then know that, what if I had 4 for screws, it takes, this would be 60. Right now, 40. 40 per minute. So 10. This would take 10. Yeah, I mean, this would work. We wouldn't have to balance it all. We'd have to think about how we were sending stuff in. But 4 seems to be a good number. Once we put it down, you can always take away a machine, right? Because, 3 of these screw machines is probably enough. So you would just take 1 away. Are we connected to all the poles? Are all the conveyor belts moving in the right directions? Feels pretty good. All right, let's save this blueprint. A blueprint storage box, nice. So this one is constructor 120. So it can take up to 120. Input up to 120. for constructors. Now we're going to set that as the, there it is, constructor 120. Cancel. We're still editing. Cancel. No, minus that. How do we... Yeah, I do want to discard the changes. We haven't saved it yet because we want to do the icon. That's all I wanted to make sure we had. And then we were saying constructing. Constructor 120. It's that directory there. Is that it? Did that do it? We probably don't have it in here. We probably have to hit save blueprint. Yeah, there we go. What is... Did I just overwrite smelting? Water check. Thanks, Molded. There's some water in that coffee, and I needed it. Takes in 120 per minute. Outputs whatever. Let's just change the icon to a constructor. Save the blueprint. And if I want to load the smelting blueprint, god damn it anyway. Alright, that's fine. It wasn't that hard to adjust. We just gotta hit the right, remove the right parts of the blueprint and then re-add them back in. You sound like you got the stipples. Make sure you hydrate. That's fair. Let me sniffle some more into the microphone for y'all. Sorry about that. This part isn't too bad as long as we get it all lined up correctly. Mark ones, mark ones, mark ones, mark ones. Connect to the outside. Okay. There we go. Power now. And that's theoretically smelting 120. So, configure and save. Alright. Blueprints should have smelting and a constructor. If I edit them and move them down, there we go. Apply changes. Smelting 120, constructor 120. Both very basic, requiring nearly the same things. Only difference is constructors and smelters. So we're kind of getting a flow. We got to do power, right? So let's think about power. Oh, we can just clear blueprint. I think when we clear the blueprint designer, we can just take all the stuff we used to build it, which is nice. We're going to start with the 2-meter foundation. Let's see how many refineries we can really get on this thing. The idea here, we want to save ourselves some time dropping down these very large power production facilities. And I want to say how many coal generators we think we can fit on this thing. Oh man, this might just be a 3. 3 barely. let's say 1, 2. Yeah, okay. We can do three generators, which is a great number of generators. 2 might be cleaner. We should do 2. That'll match up better with our water too, because we do 4 and 8 to make everything work. We just need a handful of rotors. Okie dokes. $20 rotors, a few reinforced iron plates. We're gonna need the piping, and this is, this is where this gets kind of frustrating. It's when it comes down to the piping. Getting this blueprinted is awesome. Let's make sure we have as much copper sheet as we want. In fact, let's check our copper sheet's machine, because it's not efficient. It should be getting very few iron ingots. We are drip feeding this, and you can tell by the amount of piping sheets we have. So, refineries. If we make it 2, or we make it 2 coal generators, is there actual clearance problems? Let's go stand up top. Are we going outside the machine? I think we are. Okay. What about a 1 meter foundation? Can I get away with that? You cannot. This will be foundationless. So, coal generator. So we've got these grids that are very much like the foundations. I guess it doesn't matter which way I rotate this. It's just a question of, do I want to fit in 3 or not, right? And I think we determined we don't. So we would go like there, and oh, hello fella. There and there. Now when I build these normally, I think I do just crush them in there real tight. So even if we are only going to put 2 on the pattern, we can still do this. Not everything has to be spread out. Hey, Griff, it's going pretty well. We've got blueprints going. We did do a reset. As all great factory games go, we decided to reset. So here we are, playing our game, pretty excitedly. Honestly, we do love this. So we started last night on a new save, and for that new save, we essentially got a starter factory going, and got some bare bones coal power going, and then we went to bed. Essentially, we went to bed and we let the whole night go and get us tickets so we could come in and, well, get a bunch of architectural stuff, pop out some quick steel, get a blueprint designer, and now we're just kind of planning out all factories. Yeah, I think that was a mistake I made last time, not going straight for it. But that's the whole point of this playthrough here, is to kind of learn, prep ourselves. This is a little tight. but I think it works. If we're gonna nudge these next to each other, though, we might want to consider the placement here. Like specifically, this is outside the blueprint. This is outside the machine. And I think, I mean, that could be fine. We could even set it up like here. It's just to the right of the piping. That's not gonna tile as well, though. I guess it doesn't matter that much. And we could always take off one of these. Once we get these up, right, you're gonna get the pipe, and it's gonna come down to there. We could just forgo these supports, save us a little bit of income on the structure as a whole, on the blueprint. This was a Mark II, so this whole thing's good for 120. We've got power lines yet? Oops. I'm the most stuck you can be. I think having this support both of those and giving us an extra power line on each side. How is this going to blueprint? So this could blueprint pretty solidly with the next thing in line. But I think we've got to do that. Yeah, that'll tile. That'll tile pretty well. Cool. Cool. All right, new blueprint. Select the icon. This is going to be the coal generator. How's your factory coming along, Griff? This one is 15, so it's going to essentially be 30 coal and water. Some water. So it is 30 coal, but how much water is it per... we'll go with some water for now. Essentially, I'm doing 4 to 8, which means this is a quarter of that. This is half of a water thingy. Or is it a whole water thingy? 4 to 8, 2 to 4, 1 to 2. Yeah, okay. And 1 water extractor, which does... Yeah, we've made some changes. We're not gonna... We're gonna look at it because it's not quite 4 to 8. I'm doing 45 per minute, so 90 water per minute. So it's 30 coal and 90 water per minute. Again, set the icon for the coal generator. Save the blueprint. We go look at the blueprints. We can edit them and bring this down to factory modules. All right, so power generation for us is essentially this. Slowly got really frustrated with things not working correctly, so I'm taking a bit of a break and started playing Stranded Deep. Well, that's fair. That's a good mechanism. Take a break from something. If it's bothering you. I definitely got a buddy that lets himself just build up in frustration. And I got multiple buddies who do that, so nobody knows who I'm talking about. And he doesn't let himself get off of the thing sooner. Let's bring this down. This is like a more permanent structure we got going here. This wraparound has been super useful. I don't think there's anything else we can do here other than build it, right? It's just a matter about how much coal and how much water we can get together. So, clear the blueprint designer. All right. I'll have to take a look at Stranded Deep. I haven't heard much about it. What do we need? We've got smelting. We've got, I guess, an assembly block wouldn't be terrible. Specifically, even if we just put down an assembler and sorted out that mess of a belt work, it'll make our lives easier in the future. Right, so we go, we've been feeding all belts in one direction. You know, it's this thing I was dealing with Saturday, where I was having a hard time moving around my blueprints and getting good angles on them. And I imagine I'll just keep building onto this at higher and higher levels as I find I need it. So this is not too far. What you really want to do is that. And we could do a 2x here pretty easily, but we need more rotors. I mean, that's essentially the hardest part, or the most frustrating part. You know, right there. So let's just go ahead and call that just assembler. And I'm gonna make a series of, when I do these aren't dealing with a lot of belt work. Oh, while I'm at it, cancel. We can save it, but we got some more work to do. Just occurred to me, I'm gonna want mergers, right? Those are splitters for sure. We're gonna want mergers on the other side. So we definitely built this already so badly. All right, so let's center this. Now we can do the splitters. I think that's the right distance, and that didn't line up, so that won't be the right distance, but right, and then a merger on the out. You know, give it a power line. And that is an assembler. So we go assembler, a single assembler. We save that blueprint. And then what we want to do is double that up. We're going to move it a bit to double it up. Stranded Deep is like an advanced version of Raft. Now, I really liked Raft. I'm going to have to take a look at this thing. Oh, more rotors. That's right. Did I have more rotors hanging out in here? I did. Take all. Okay, so now we do the splitter. We go, it's blue, but we want that much more space. And this is gonna, having, you know, assembler stuff kind of belt it out for us. That's a big deal. Oh, we got it wrong. One of the reasons having this done for us. So let's try it again. We go 1 blue, 2, 3 away. We leave these as Mark 1s. But all the belts in between, we Mark 2 them. And then we merger. And one thing we've liked doing so far, and maybe this is where we're screwing this up, but I kind of like a start and a finish area, right? So like put a splitter here and wrap this over. And this will bring it in line with the stuff we're doing on the rest of our factories. That being said, let's Mark 2 that. So we have a definite input in the center. Mark 1 out of here. I don't know too many machines that come out of Mark 2 here. So we have capacity to come out at 120. But Mark 1 there. And then we just put a merger on the end on the center. So we're taking on one end and dropping off on the other. Give it a nice 90-degree turn. Yeah, having belt work done before is a lifesaver, yeah. Now, that being said, this isn't as tileable. But this would be like a module. We could... Like, this is like, if I only need one set of assemblers, this is what we do. And I think what we're leaning towards is over capacity stuff. Like, I can send in, maybe I don't need 2 assemblers, but I'll put 2 down. Maybe I need, 1, and here's 2. So we just use that block over again. I don't know. We'll see how much time I end up actually saving myself. So this is assembler 120. 2 assemblers on a 120 per minute line. Say blueprint. I want to load, so this is fine. I want to load this one and change its color. Let's save that as white. And I got an idea just for my own sorting, because we've got this factory module. I want to add a subcategory that's like single machines. And then we can bring that down to here. There we go. Oh no, that's terrible, actually. I did it again. That was probably the correct one, by the way. All right. Blue, 1, 2. Gotta get them right. Gotta get them right the first time. Or not the first time. Eventually. Eventually you gotta get them right. So that's 1. So let's save that now. And let's load the assembler 120. I don't know if I did the power block. No, we didn't. That's all I wanted to do. Alright, let's go put this to the test. Let's clear the designer. Let's take our stuff. We'll look at the blueprint. We want to go put down some coal generators, right? So, say we'll start with 8. Just a block of 8. It's going to require rotors and reinforced iron plates, of which we're not making yet. So let's get all of the things that we need to make all of those things. We need more screws, but we need to be careful because we're about to be at cap of inventory space. I think screws are the thing that hold us up. Let's get rid of all the junk ingots. There's even one organic part in our inventory. So, reinforced iron plates. We need 352 of them. We currently can't make 352. Oh, we're gonna need a factory. I don't even think we could shove... Could we shove excess there? Like, one machine. Let's say those are plates. Those are screws. Or would be an assembler. Which we could put down. Let's say, what's the output here? Alright, just handcraft it. I'll stop trying to shove shit into this. Here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna get everything we need to make 352 reinforced iron plates. Then I'm gonna take a lunch. We're gonna walk away from this whole process. Let it hammer itself out. I'm gonna grab a quick bite and come on back. So, not quite enough. What are we missing? It's screws. Hello, friends. Welcome to I am handcrafting the world. Let's sort. Let's get rid of any little things we're pretty sure we can replace. There we go. Yeah, it's half the cost in iron plates. So yep, the 358 right there. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we'll be back 5 minutes or so. Okie dokie. Did we time it? I saw it moving right as I was sitting down. We timed it perfectly. Oh boy. Griff is on his way out. Hey man, thanks for hanging out. If you haven't left already, I appreciate it. If you have left already, thank you still. I guess that wasn't a conditional statement. Thank you for hanging out. Whew. 352 reinforced iron plates completed. Rotors, which are these little bad boys and these little bad boys. I don't know what the exact number of each is. We're just going to pile our inventory with all of it and scroll down to rotors, which we're definitely going to build factories for. Oh boy. Hey, look at that. I got an email saying No Rest for the Wicked is on sale. I feel like that game just came out. It's not a deep sale, but it is 20%. But I think the time has passed. I'm not as excited about that particular game anymore, and we're factorying it up now. All right, so one of the things we're definitely gonna automate right here, by the way. So interestingly, thinking about it, how I would want to do things from here is we've got these blocks of 4 smelters. We've got a block of 4 constructors. You know, how precise are we going to be with the recipes anymore? Or do we just put everything down in groups of 4 and then, you know, round up to the nearest 4? And do that. We could also underclock things as a solution for that. We still haven't beautified anything, and that was kind of one of the things we really wanted to do. We wanted to get roads going. We kind of need to redo all of our starting stuff into their own factories. We've got a list. We definitely have a list of stuff. Right, we're going to want a rotor factory. We're going to want a reinforced iron plate factory. Concrete's not coming in fast enough. You know, neither are... Well, maybe the rods are once we stop using them to make everything. Right, rods, iron plates. Just got to do more with it. Yeah, that's a good example, actually. When we talk about our 4 stack of constructors, we could use that to do concrete. But those 4 machines on concrete take 180. Right, we could slam it down on any patch, any concrete, and make at least, what, like a 120. If we can get 120 in, we'll make almost 3 machines worth. But it'll be almost. So I guess we would either up the belts there once we throw it down and get 4 exactly, and then we got to work to get 180, which isn't terribly hard. That's a normal and a pure. It's an overclocked pure. 2 lines going in. We still need logistics 3 to make that kind of happen. I think we've got options there. I think the tweaking of the blueprints is fine. We go down, we underclock, we overclock. It feels like the right way to do it. With what we have now, we're going to need a bunch of concrete and even, I say more iron plates because they're also part of the recipe. Those are coal generators, but the water extractors for them are 4. That is another thing we've got to take into account. Which I guess we can make some more rotors for. We still haven't decided where it's going to go. Just that it's going to exist, right? And I think the safest place is still pretty far away. We could make the factory out there. It's just power lines, you know, running between there and here. That's not a huge deal. Otherwise, I think we are kind of crowding the space next to our base to do this. So, good plan. Yeah. Let's go far away. Let's go off to that big water area. We're probably not going to use it for anything else. And really just slam down some coal. Lots and lots of coal. We won't even tear down what we got going on the other side. This is just going to be 8 additional coal at, you know, 8 times 75 megawatts. And we could double it later. Right, the hardest part is getting together these rotors and these reinforced copper plates and the sheets. But once that's a fixed problem, this is much easier to throw down. Make sure we have enough of all of the other things. Just enough blanket material, right? So we don't run into any problems. Let's sort this, get rid of a stack of screws. Let's get full-size stacks of all the things. Yeah, probably another round of copper sheets. You know, it's probably enough copper sheets, right? Yeah, we don't even really have a lot to talk about here. I think trucks are next, but for now, this is just power, right? We want to worry about the power line on the way back. Do we have enough for a couple biomass generators while we're at it? Yeah, we're fine. This is why we bring all the extra stuff. A couple of those to prime all the spots. This, I mean, that's pure coal. Great for later. I think where we're going is a whole bunch of coal, but it's like normal and pure. We're gonna find out. We're gonna find out in a minute. And we have a bit better basher stick here. Well, we're gonna really see how this comes together. I guess over here it's about we gotta put down our own platforms. As we saw, the coal generators are super tall. I wouldn't mind them being, you know, 2 meters shorter so we could put down platforms underneath of them. That is still a big old boy. Can we take him out? Yeah, we can. All right. That's a good amount of remains too. Oh, hey, this is good. Let's get the bacon. Agreed, Jack. Oh, now we're out of space. We got to start slamming some stuff down. This boy here chased us earlier, but now we've got the Xenobasher. I feel there's just enough threat in this game to make it interesting, but they did talk about, like, they probably already got, they're done with their weapons. They're not adding a lot there. What's droppable? Wait, not these. We spent a ton on those. Okay. Auto-saved in the middle freaked me out for a second. So we're gonna get a lift here for sure on water. What's the where are we at? Okay. But we don't need a lift if we go down here. We won't need the spin water lifting pipes, right? And that's 4 megawatts, but it's 4 megawatts we don't have to spend. I could see the whole thing being down here. Let's get rid of these boys. Yeah, give me them remains. That's going to be super useful. we get back, we can do a bunch of research on animal protein. So, a factory. A couple ways to do it. Platforms going down, or right over here, right? What's the downside to any one of these decisions? Going down there saves us a couple megawatts, 8 or so, a machine's worth. But staying up here saves belt work. I think belt work might win out here. We don't have any of the good architecture. We're going to want it. We just got to find the highest points as a start. I think it's this hill. Gotta make sure there's plenty of room for everything. It's not even this hill, it's even higher than this hill. This is not Caterium, is it? It's not a lot. It's not an infinite amount of. If I take it this way, I think that's fine. Put that on the world grid and send it over. And we know that each of these takes up, width of 4 or a length of 4. So we start going blueprints. Blueprints, and here we go. First blueprints. The thing we didn't think about is the direction of everything. Water doesn't matter. Coal would have to come from down there to come this way, or we do it this direction. Then now the coal's coming from a better spot. We give ourselves that room. And we line it up. Yeah, that yellow there is exactly what we want. Because that's the power line exactly where I want it. Right, I want the green line still. Right there, okay. And one more set, which is going to require a little more of a platform. And looks like more platforms behind. I actually tried to copy the whole blueprint, but I guess I have to go to the blueprint page, which, that's whatever. How far back are we? How far from, being lined up is that? Not getting that green line anywhere. I bet this would be easier if I could fly. This is on, it's actually on this line, isn't it? Let's see how that landed. Perfect. All right. Now all we do is connect all the lines. Every other line. We connect the Mark IIs. Every other line. Connect water. Get miners down, which we didn't plan for. It's 120, so one of them. Probably do this on one miner. I think these are pures, aren't they? They might not be. That's a normal. Which again, if you're gonna power shard something, that's an impure. I bet that's a normal back there. Normal. Okay. So 2. And I kind of like belts coming, you know, out of the miner, and you know, not having the platforms following them everywhere. If only I could get it to like be perfectly straight. Right, I can't even see that line back there that's kind of showing up. But we can make this work. Actually, we make these merge. Like, this could be a Mark 1 belt all the way back there. We could save some reinforced iron plates. I know we made a lot of them. And we're going to need them for water extractors, it looks like. All the way back? Did it really? 1, 1, 1, 1. Okay. I can already see we only have 30 more reinforced iron plates, so yeah, yay us. So coming to this location, and I guess down. Probably more like here and down. In fact, looking at it like this, I bet we just come straight from here, we get a better straight on angle. There we go. Now we can get some good 90-degree turns out of that. If we cannot fall. Now it's just a matter of where we fit the merger to make this a proper Mark II belt. If we can get it that far, that'd be great use of the space we have. There we go. Oh, you know what? We actually brought too much because we don't need 8. We need 8 coal generators, but our recipe was for our blueprints 2 apiece. So we've got plenty of materials. In fact, so much reinforced iron plate. But I want to go back and merge these closer. Okie day, okie day. All right. So that's that. Now it's water, right? And water has similar concerns. We gotta bring it over here. We've gotta, you know, make it kind of neat. Probably more sudden. Right, we're gonna want to lift it a whole bunch. But we need 4. That's gonna be 2 pipes going over, which is the first. I guess the first puzzle. So we're only gonna get 3. Only gonna get so much throughput. So we have another pipe going across this way. That'll solve it. We can do that by logistics, piping, support. 1, 2. Come all the way down. Let's say halfway. Interesting problem here. Solved by that. Okay. That should solve the water flow issues. And we'll just bring 2 pipes up. We'll bring it there and there. Or down here, we'll go 1. We're gonna go 1 up. We're just gonna let it completely slam. Yeah, I guess this is fine. So, how do we get water up here without, you know, dying and falling and being unable to recover ourselves? I think we gotta do this ramp trick we did earlier. Right, but we're gonna make the pipes go directly against the wall. Right there. So we make this a wall all the way down. Needs to be one more. We could foundation it all the way down too. I would love architecture here though. So I think when we finish, we remove this wall. We just want it as something to climb up right now. Or at least, you know, not climb up, but have the pipe attached to. And we've come all the way down, sticking kind of close to the wall here. This seems fine. Gonna probably destroy some stuff. Alright, so we just need to figure out where water level's at. Right there. We take the platform. I think that's above the water, so that's nice. Probably plan on both sides of the piping. I think essentially he's going to climb this wall right on up. We don't have our wall pipelines. And now thinking about it, we should go back and get those. Because that's going to... Well, it's going to make setting up this pipe a lot easier. And we're going to set up a lot of pipe here. It needs to climb the wall. And then we got to figure out how many lifts we need. I think they lift by 20. Yep. We're going to need several of those. Twice as many because we're using two. That's what I'm thinking. 2 pipes. 2 sets of pipes. Doubling the amount of head lift we're going to need. That's a very far distance. There's probably not another distance where we're going to need that many pipes. You exist. We'll come back for you later. Well, we'll get the power going. Maybe we'll start thinking about roads, vehicular transport, rotors. I'd love to put those other factory blueprints to use. We're gonna need like a main thoroughfare. Think about how trucks bump or don't bump into each other. Where we want them. Honestly, this seems fine. I mean, undecorated at the moment, this is fine. We were coming all the way back here because... What, again? Right, we needed this. So if we turn this on momentarily, grab a ticket, turn it back off, interact with the box that has the extra tickets. I've got 5 now, and we need management. So we've got pipe wall attachment. Add that to cart. That's 10. I want it. I want it. We'll have to wait. Drop off tickets. We came all the way back here for that. Let's make sure there's nothing, no other like resources we can shore up on. Like say how the distance we're going with that pipe. Let's get more pipe. Let's shift some copper ingots down. Because I know you're not stacked on them. But you will be. So you're the first one in the line. There you go. Reinforced iron plates, motors, rods, iron plates. There's a save happening or it's crashing. Normally this does this for an auto save and you just gotta watch out for it. But that's a real crash. Okie dokie. Well, I don't think we lost too much. I hope. I think my autosaves are 5 or 10 minutes. We'll see how frustrating that is, or not frustrating. Okay, super not frustrated. Okay. So did we get our wall mounts? We did not. They're in cart, so they have been bought. Put tickets back. Go steal 100 ingots. Go put them over here. Let's grab those. What else are we low on? We're fine on cable. We're fine on wire. We could always use a couple stacks of plates. Cement. How are we on rods? Fine on rods. Fine on screws. Okay. Let's drop off our biological stuff we picked up on the way over there and go back and finish. It occurs to me we didn't make a foundry blueprint. And you guys are worth DNA points. And you're much easier to kill. Now that I've got my baton. My hog basher. Slide, jump. Slide and jump. So we didn't put much thought into how this gets decorated as well. So we said we would do that. It's not even the decorations that I think I got you wrapped up around last time. It was the way I connected belts and stuff. So we'll see. I definitely wanted to look good, but really for a coal place, you can do a lot with this. Right now, it's just about adding stuff around it. The spacing and the belt work of it, less important. What is this iron, by the way? These are 2 iron nodes just hanging out here near coal. It's got potential. Normal. I'm going to assume another normal. But we are going to use, I think we're going to use all this coal over here anyway. Power shards on them make them twice as effective. Double this up. Okay. So, pipes. Okie dokie. So this, we could probably pull right to the edge, right? So when we come over here and we want to bring the power down, we can ride the wall where the pipes are going to go. That won't look too bad. But then, like, you know, there. What we have is a platform here. Let's make it zoop. Where pipes are definitely coming in. Now, where they come from out here. We bring them from the middle. I guess it doesn't matter a lot, other than which direction we take this. And it'll be easier to play with straight pipes there. So, organization, logistics, pipe wall support. So essentially, we're going to be doing this. on both sides. The fact that I can reach this high up is awesome. I don't know if I think I centered that. But how do we bring it down? We just do that maybe? And pull up the pipeline support. Maybe that's 90 degrees. Let's check. Let's play with some pipes. That's pretty okay. We could get rid of these actually. Piping straight up. Piping straight down. At a minimum, we know we need one. Rotate that around though. Now each of these goes 20, and each of these is 4. The water is here, so it's like, let's call this 10, 18? Or do we need to like, I guess water has its own, the lift initially of these water extractors is 10. So we essentially get to pick what 10 is. You know, we're doing this on 1 per square for everything else. Let's do it. Let's maintain that 1 per block, right? And I think we have to. I think this was fine. We could do center. Yep. Does that mean I can fit water here? I didn't get lucky. Oh, I might have gotten lucky. Oh, pipe too long. I'm gonna stop back here with this guy. And then we can come back here. Throw in a couple power poles. Save room for more. And connect them there on the other side. Oop. Oof, oh boy. There we go. Alright. So. I didn't know I could actually jump up on the pipes if I sprinted like that. That's super helpful. Alright, so. See, now oh, there we go. Barely got on. Okay, so 10 feet. Think about height. Where are we at 10 feet? So, I think we're right here at 10 feet. Those are 4-meter walls, and we got like 2 to the floor. So we go pump jack. Do we do it after? Do we do it in the middle? I think that's safe. But you know, every one of these we build, you know, is well 8 because 4 and 4. So now we go 20. If we said this was 10, 4 is 16. There's 20. Let's do that again. 4, 8, 12, 16, 20. Are we putting it? Ooh. Okay, before we do that, did that exist down here? Can I see where it stops? No. But that's fine. That's a great tool. I don't know if that was always a thing. I don't have to guess. It's just like, right there, sir. This whole thing's got to come down when we do the decorative stuff. It just does. It's one hell of a ramp. Alright. So we want the pipeline support. You know, up there. At the height everything else is going to be. We still might need more once we get all the way up here of this pump. Yeah, right there seems perfectly fine. Now, will this tell us if we done fucked up again? Well, once the pipe's connected. So let's do the power to these things. Assuming that's 3 sets, right? That's quite a bit of power. And we did not get the junctions in. Alright, water. Almost plugged in. Let's take a look. What are each of these? What are we at for total power consumption down here? Water production is 20 apiece. That's 80. Pumps. Are 4, and we have 6, so 24, so 104 plus 2 miners, 114. Assuming we don't need any more pumps, pumps up here. We're going to check once we get all connected. So we do what? We take a pump. Checking the flow. Flow's fine. We don't need to touch it. Okay. All that power is connected. All that power is connected. 114 is a number of biomass burners equal to 4. So we'll just jump start it right down here. Now, what do we have for biomass? 50 each here. Let her go. This might not be enough. You can tell we are, well, 15 seconds if we're burning max. We're producing 90.6. We have the capacity for 120, so we're not max production. But even then, 15 times 49, 735 seconds divided by 60. 12 minutes. Okay, we have 12 minutes of power before this has to be kicked on. And it made it easier, but we still had to acquire water. Oh, it's going so slow. I mean, what do we have in the pipeline? I guess it's gonna take a minute. Let's go make sure it's actually moving. There we go. Water. Water going. This first one should cut on. Okay, so water's made it here. This might just be 2 feet too many, so I haven't done the other. Okay, it's going. It is 2 water things. Should be 180. What is 2? Production 120 per minute, so 240. Theoretically 240. 240, 90, 90, 180. Yeah, okay, there's 240. Plus some. Alright, let's see what we want our production to stabilize. We want these biomass burners to stop being a necessity, right? You can see they're not burning anything. I mean, really the worst part here is it takes more than one of these to run this setup. And that is 24 more than it normally takes. It's all of the setup of the lifts requiring a bit more power. But hey, there we go. I see some mistakes already. I have some ideas of what I want to do. This blueprint's pretty good. It made a lot of this a little less tedious. But it's not perfect. I could do more with the pipes. Could always move this down once we're no longer worried about this, the quantity of reinforced iron plates. Once these all get going, what's that, 75 times 8? We should see 600 power. Our stuff over there takes up about 300. So we're going to want to double this about as fast as we can. I guess we did bring most of the stuff over to do it. Would just require more belt work. Can I fit it over here? I guess it's can I fit, what's this, 4? I don't think I can. But maybe. There are problems coming out this way. Not only is it got to be 4, it's got to be 2 more there. The thing is, we're going to be getting oil at some point. That's going to be power, but I don't think this is enough power to get. It's definitely not enough power to get there. Because of the way the belts are, we can do this, but we're going to face it the same way. I want to run coal opposite, but we'll leave like some space. So we go blueprints, coal generator. Like that kind of space. Ah, rotors. 6 rotors. And probably more once we start looking at water, but oh, we want to copy the whole blueprint, not that. Alright, belted it back in. Pipe it back in. Power it up. A lot of power lines going everywhere. If we do this, we're still connected. In fact, this is a better receptacle, you know, for coal back there. But both of these are going at 60. Once they combine, they're Mark IIs all the way in, right? They are not. There's something catching them. There should be no gaps. Like, why is it creating a gap? That's a Mark 1. I don't have the Mark 2 plates. This isn't going to run at full speed until we do something about it. Sloppy work. But also we need 4 more water. Which at least we can do. We can do that. That's easy enough. We can bring it up the same way. We can even neaten up those water pipes a bunch. There we go. So, conveyor mark 2, conveyor mark 2, 2, 2, and after this point it doesn't matter if it's still 2. Two pipes flowing this way, anyway we can make that look better. Probably by realigning and lowering it. Well, we've got like some power going at the moment. Oh. I guess this isn't needed anymore. Whole thing consumes 104. I don't know why you're consuming any. Are these 2 separate power grids? That's bad. All right. There we go. Now we're all in one power grid. I think if we get this one up and going, we're gonna need shards. We're gonna need. Here we go. Let's do it. 1, 2, 3, 4. Plus lots of pipes. What are we on pipes? We're surprisingly fine on pipes. Let's see if we can get both of these going. Bum ba da ba da ba. Probably go a little late today with the stream. We've got a little bit extra time until the missus gets home. And then I think tomorrow I've got it in pretty much on time. Jump on and check out Destiny with some buddies. But there's lots of things I want to do. So let's see if we can get stuff done tonight. Get a little farther, a little closer to back to where we were. Is generally the idea. But reinforced iron plates, let's go. Gonna require all the same lifts. One thing to note is each of these waters produces 120. So we've got, I don't know why I wrote that sideways. It doesn't make it any easier for anybody to read. Each of these pipes is 240 out of 300. These 8 devices up here, these 8 coal generators, they use 45 apiece. That is to say 360. We do these 2 pipes because 300 won't feed a 360. We use 4 because it's easier for me to just not try to get like perfect 360. Down here is only 3, and I always seem to be just shy of capping off everything. But adding a whole nother 8 changes this to 720. If we multiply it by 2. Which means we might want to think about not adding another 240, 240. How much do we have left? So that's 720 minus 480. That's going to be is that 260? It isn't. It's 240. Which could just be a third line. But we run into the same problem we had originally when we hit exactly 360. And I made probably way too many rotors. Okie doke. Out of plates. Or way too many reinforced iron plates. So what I'm thinking is we can do 3 lines. But we cap it all off. 3 lines maxed out is 900. To max out 900, we need 7.5 water extractors total. We've got 4, so we just need 4 more. 4 more. 7.5. We could underclock 1, and that is saving power to give us exactly 900. That is right, yeah, like 120 times 7.5, 900. What is 7 times that same number? 7 times 120. Yeah, that's probably better. We only need 720. And having 780 is enough above the cap that it probably works. So we put down 3 more. And we feed it through 3 pipes, nearly as equally as we can. That's going to save us a little bit on the lift, and a little bit on the piping. Could put us in a good position. And then I can redo those pipes and tidy them up a bit. But I guess it just depends on how we do the piping where it splits. Because we could just merge them all together momentarily and then split them off again. I don't think water storage does our answer there. I think we do just have some piping merge and go and flow. We'll play with the piping, because that's one of the things we want it to do well, right? That's one of the things we want it to look good. We can't make any rotors because of screws. Screws are expensive, yo. And we definitely just use all of our plates. We'll just got a handful of reinforced iron plates out of it, which we'll need. We'll need it for Mark II belts. Probably more than that. We're going to need Mark II belts coming out. We're going to need 4 power shards that I think we've got in the back. In the bag. Yeah, more thinking about it. We're great. We're fine. Once we get Mark II miners on these things, we'll have to double it all up again. Which is, again, something we can do later. Easier later, when we don't have handcrafting rotors and reinforced iron plates. At least we don't need to overdo it there. We can overdo it reinforced iron plates all day. Like this is a button we can click and sit on. A change to a flight. Sorry, flight information's changed. It does look like it's only a tiny change. Okay, cool. I don't have to worry about it. We just got to be at the airport an hour earlier. Wherever it is when we goes to Alaska. Which will be a week without stream, by the way. In the future. Yeah, this is fine. Power shards. Let's take 4. Let's grab more plates and screws. And let us run. Now I wonder what the power change is. Now, totally worth it for double coal. Coal's like the one place I love shards at. Factories are, something to set up. Or I guess on miners, I'll say, is generally a great place for shards. But there she is. Da 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 da. On one hand, it feels like we've done nothing. We've accomplished nothing. We just managed to get our power in an okay state. On the other hand, we've done a lot. Probably. I mean, we have. We've gotten some steel. We've gotten the blueprints going. We did start about 90 minutes late due to my appointment, so maybe that's why it feels like we haven't been playing very much. There is more time ahead. Looks like we do have expandable room here too. That's nice. Although the problem with expanding is water throughput at the moment. And how do we make 3 pipes into 2? Well, probably because we bring the third up to here and then we connect it, and then we take 3 pipes this way. Probably the right answer. There's some work we gotta do there. Alright, so let's go do the water. And then we'll think about better piping. Because I think one of the first things I want to do is, lower this pipe to here. But also, why don't we just, make this pipe real tight? Why can't we just bring it in like this? That seems cleaner. I like it better. Can't do anything with it yet without disconnecting this power, which, isn't really running for a purpose, but it'll be easier to kickstart if there's some power going. Now we do the wall slots, right? So, theoretically, this is here, and is that cleaner? Because that's one hell of an angle we get. We can reach pretty far down with our pipe. And we just balance water through 7 sets of pipes, or 7. Need those springy boys. Alright, so 3 sets of pipes. Let's go ahead and kill this pipeline to make this happen. 1 set of pipes will run some of the power. Not if we kill that, but let's kill it better. There we go. Alright. So, 3 sets of pipes. Probably running like 1, 2, 3. If I understand this, they'll also self-balance. Power's fine. We're consuming like nothing. With this 7.7 divided by 3. Alright, we're gonna have 2 1/3 per. So there's a point where we can, drop this. Let's go ahead and expand you. And really, doing them all here is fine. 4. As long as it will. 5. 6. 7. How far do we go before you break? Right there. It only needs the 3 though, so these 2 continue. And this is 2.3, right? So .3 plus 2.3 is less than 5. So you stop right here. Okay, so belt it in, or pipe it in. Let's go. We do the cross-line junction here. Even take off the end. Get the power line. The junction. The pipe. And we're powered, right? Yep. Alright, so now we come into like getting tricky. So this line here, not the power line, let's just put the power, let's just do all the power so we can forget it. And we have to catch those pipings up as well. Oh, there we go. The real criminal here is water throughput. Something we need to fix. So, So this junction definitely attaches to this pipe. And we don't need this anymore. But we want it to also attach to this pipe. Is that best way? But this one, same thing. And this one, mimicking what we did here earlier, and that's not connected right now. There is a problem here. Pipeline, junction, alright. Straight ahead. Overlapping, invalid shape. It's just generally too close. Did this not happen back here? Like if I can have this problem on every one of these? Yeah, we are. Okay. Alright, that'll be fine. So, piping. Plug it in. Plug it in. I still gotta power them all, which will turn them on. We still need piping over here. Okay, so this one's getting 2 and some change. This one is giving some of it away and then getting 2 and some change. How much? How many? 120, 240, 360, but plugged in somewhere else. 120, 240, but plugged in somewhere else. I mean, this is about right. That one's got 2 definitely on its own. That one's got 2 definitely on its own. But the pipes all are connected. They should all be flowing this way. Unless things aren't connected down here. That's 0. It said 0. Oh, there's no flow. It's just full. Right. Okie dokie. How does this connect well? And does it connect well? I'm about to just kill all of the power. Who knows? Who knows how well? So we're trying to get 90-degree turn here, right? And I don't know if it's worth the hassle. We just say, fuck it. What does that look like? It looks alright. Now the power bit here, a little funky, but let's, guess we'll clean this up first. We're kind of going to want this outlet supporting it like that. Then we go up to the next one, which is, nope. We copy it. We make sure it's pointing the right way. Then I guess we take the power pole and we add another one, so we've got space for all three. I gotta say, it looks much cleaner this way. Just on each other's side by side like this. Get rid of any excess piping. And we run all the way up. So now let's get ready to break it all again. At least there's water in the pipe up there that'll, you know, do the work. Even if it's not being pumped, it'll last for a minute. And if not, we still have the Kickstarter. We should really think about this one. So, first problem first, I think, is space. All right, we want this to be flat. Flat. We probably want this to come up over here. Let's see. Putting that down helps me align that up. But then we don't need it. Okay, that's coal going. Now these three waters. I think clearly we want one like here. We're gonna bring them all up to here. Or do we split them off and do funky things right here? Essentially 1.5 of these pipes goes in both directions, right? So we could split there 2 pipes. This pipe could completely go in that direction. This pipe gets split. I guess we do something like this to like Can we even junction that? We'd want it to line up with something. Gotta jump. I guess the middle, since it's not going to lock onto anything. And then this one gets the same treatment, right? We come up to here. Whatever is, you know, straight down. I think we can do one better, but we're gonna have to test something out. So we want this theoretically like up here. Can we get that? We can. Now it's that crucial moment where, I mean, not too crucial, but there's no water being flown into the coal generator, so there we go. Just gonna have to connect these now. So that pipe to there. And I guess the best way to do this we could just follow this lead, but they don't line up. And we didn't do it that way in the blueprint. So we just kind of go outside one. I think that matches up. We're about that far apart. So theoretically we're right there. And I think we have solved the piping. We made it cleaner. It's going to be functional for the second factory. Even though 6 probably would have also done it, right? Like 6 waters does it too. This extra keeps me comfy. We're gonna put a power shard in here and steal unattach this line. So it currently costs 5 megawatts. We do this, 12.5, which means we need to, bam. Okay, so powered, and I mean, for a fraction of the cost of the power it's going to produce. That'll cost less than the lifts did. Ah. I can't get up there now. Ah. All right. Next up. connecting this pipe to over there. Okay, so like sprinting to climb up places. So I mean, this is fine. We want to bring this in to here. So we go that, more specifically, that. Which will bring us down. And down. That's a much nicer solution to the problem. Let's make these walls. Can we 90 degree this easily enough? This is all the stuff people spend all the time on making it pretty. This is definitely the hard part. Eh. Yeah. Architecture, please. Walkway ramp would be so good right now. Okay, so we're getting the piping connected pretty early. Let's let that flow in. And then we'll bring in the conveyor belt right here. We'll start with the pole. How far down do we want this? And also, did I make sure to mark to that conveyor pole over there? It is. Okay. There is a discrepancy here, though. There we go. So you always gotta double check, because you're gonna fuck shit up. Okay, so about halfway. Bop, bop. Right about here, so I ain't gonna do anything funky. There you go. Now you've got a pipe and a half. Well, they should be flowing well, right? That should work out. I don't need to like balance. They're balanced back there. They're all about the same. This becomes like a pipe and then a half, and that half comes around the back. But maybe we want to throw some junctions in before. Is that something that's easy to do? Like if I come here and I throw a pipeline cross, like bop, bop. Yeah, that is not. Either way, we need 360. One of those is 300. One of those is like 180. This one really is just coming straight in. Now we gotta upgrade it to 2 the whole way back. Throw some slugs in it and we're done. Once that gets going, assuming we've got clean Mark II belts the whole way. Well, we may not. Assuming we connected the belts. Oh, with that there, we can get a good 90, so let's move it. Okie day. Power. Probably 100%. Definitely should be. Assuming I didn't, like, put a ship belt somewhere or fuck up a pipe somewhere. I mean, that's full. That's full. Flow rate's not even mattering yet. Just gotta get coal over here. Here you go, coal. There's some more of it. Start taking a power pole back. Here, in fact, let's take a ramp all the way down. Because we're going to want to stop having to hop up everywhere. We've got those corner pieces too that go a long way. I think we got them. We might not have them yet. Let's check. Yeah, there we go. I need the ramp up corner. There we go. And then we could fit the ramp down corner there if we could squeeze it in, but I think it's just another 4 corner right there. And then this is the ramp down corner right there. There we go. In fact, here, watch this. Bam. Now we're customizing. I like the look of concrete so much better than this default fix-it material. Not a walkable factory though. Give it that. We did not make this walkable. This shit is, it's what it is. Yeah, maybe this is the front of the factory, right? Then I ain't gotta worry about shit. I see a tiny little piece. Yeah, you get colored. probably okay to drop this stuff. Ah. Another 7. I say 7. Another ramp, which is, I'm calling a 7 because it's on the hotkey as a 7 for me. Some light painting. Especially this big wall over here. Now this is a mess. I don't know why we're painting it. We probably should just tear it down and replace it with stairs. Do we have any of that architecture? I guess industrial walkways go a long way. We do have to build it off of a foundation, so we can go like that. Let's how do we cycle up? Right alt scroll. Yeah. Let's say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We can put a road barrier right here. Careful. Don't fall off. Not like a whole hand railing, because, you know, we're not going to spend that kind of cash. But I think this will be a little faster. We won't have to spend as much time scrolling through stuff. Can I come this way? Is this where I want the walkway to kind of wind around? Yeah, I think it is, but we want to do it one out. Then we do a turn. Come back in. I want to say whenever we're under this, we turn again. Oof. Double. Double! I think we're good. Now we turn. Cutting it real close to these, huh? Oh well. How many are we doing? 1, 2, 3? 1, 2, 3? Yeah. I want it to be kind of symmetrical, right? No, we want to go inside on all these. Until maybe the end, right? We could even go like to like here and have a whole ass walkway, but let's first do a T section and then a way down and then just walk along all the pipes. There we go. Now this whole thing's a little better. Let's put that customizer on this as well. There we go. Then we can turn and turn and dismount. Which probably we're gonna have to fix over there too. Paint. We'll paint on the way back. Gonna do a turn and a ramp. We're real classy, so let's do a foundation ramp into the water. We can even paint the first one and copy it. And the rest of them will be painted. And just we don't use these two slopes very often, so it's a nice gentle dismount. We are asking for a little bit more water than we need, so maybe these powering down makes a lot of sense. What we have now is some floating staircases that I'd love to get some support on. How would we do supports? I think struts just coming out from here a little. What do we have under architecture? We don't have anything for it right now, but some steel beams would probably go a long way. Really just drew them all the way straight down. That would work. And that would look pretty good. But for now, I say we did something. Say things are flowing. Again, not walkable. So how can we fix that? Well, probably not in there. If I can jump up here, maybe we can put some catwalks up. Like we just did over there. Like right on top. We come back far enough. Trying to get it to appear right there. We can go up to 2. No, we gotta go up to 3. Now we can turn on it. We can T. I think we turn immediately here. Go over. A little bit of clipping there at the power line. We can fix in a moment. Let's say T. No, no, no. This is a straight corner. This is a T. This is a corner with a ramp. And this is the straight. Which, mind you, comes here to the end. Gets another corner. Another corner. And a ramp. Paint job missed right here. And same thing over here, right? We want to give that a full catwalk. Is this where it ended? It is. There we go. Now we just need to bring all the power back. Because, you know, we haven't yet. Yeah, buddy. You know, may end up having to be rewired. Right? We want to talk about trucks and lines, things that would move around and carry these power lines for us. Would be super cool. Although part of too many truck stops is going to also be figuring out power, and I think that's where we get some coal or compacted coal or fuel, and we start delivering that to the power section of each of these. That'd be fun. That's a good reason to have the conveyor belts under it when we design it. Alright, let's get these power lines connected. This will be easier when we get that, like, awesome little power line with the... It'll be a power line with the, like, the giant one. It helps make these segments a little easier to travel, too. But let me use the bathroom, grab a soda, and then we'll talk about what's next. Okie dokie. What's wrong with this blanket? And really think about where we're at. So, we have a couple things going for us right now. We've got a starter base. Oh, maybe I can't see chat. This thing's pretty big, produces 6 materials. Kind of 7. There's kind of a copper thing there. We've got the blueprint machine, available to us. We have some blueprints. We have power, off in the distance. And then we have, temp base, so temp steel, over here with with the temp power. We need to replace, or we need to manufacture reinforced iron plates, rotors, and modular frames. This is a need. Steel's next as a need because it's temporary and we should really settle on something good there. We also need to take a look at the starter base and get those materials coming in better. Like this base is meant to be torn down. So it makes the power the first, quasi-temporary, quasi-permanent thing we have. In our last game, what we did was we started working on getting these things back up first. I think in this game, we don't want to go the same route right away. Oh, you know what? 1 second. Forgot to put in the elastics after I ate. Okay, that had to get done. Sorry. If I don't take care of that, I'm never going to get rid of these braces. So, I think we need to plan the logistics of the factory, of this area, and how we're going to do it before we get too cozy. We're going to want some of that. We're going to want that problem solved. And we've talked about trucks. We're doing it a little new this time, so I think we start looking at the blueprints and we start making our roads. We start planning specifically how they're going to flow and look, and we see if we can't build a network of roads. We don't even have to, like, looking over at this browser, and really the map is what we're going for. We don't even necessarily need to plan where the factories are going to be, but we might want to plan like where the first truck stop's going to be. And I'm thinking, you know, probably where the coal is, so we can fuel it. We can build it here. Then, like, where are the major highways, right? Do we go straight north-south? Do we commit to this, like, 45-degree grid? I think the grids are... Well, the grids are north, south, east, west. So I think we do just go across and down. And we stay pretty high up. We avoid completely stepping on any nodes, but I think we draw a line on this map somewhere. Let's say where this limestone is. We go straight down. And that'll give us access to everything. Now, those roads aren't meant to drive... They shouldn't be meant to drive trucks right back to base. Right, that would I think that would defeat our purpose. But what they could do, and we'll hit this conversation. Let's hit rotors, because I see vehicular transport requires it. Let's go and just grab all the stuff we're gonna need. It's gonna be a lot more screws than anything else. We're gonna want some materials, I think, in each factory coming back to a main base. I'm gonna think about how we want to do it. I mean, clearly we're aiming at trucks right now, right? That's the general consensus. Consensus of one. Not a space and inventory. Again, we are going to want a central storage, but we're not going to want to deliver it with giant belts. Right? Probably. We can fill most of the storage, I think, for local parts, these rods, screws, all these basic things, we can do right here, where we're at on the map. And then it's this area here, you know, normal iron, normal core, normal limestone, right? That's just a couple power slugs, overclock 200%, and now they're pures. Underclock, maybe Mark II, right? We'll just assume Mark II. So we can just rebuild our factory to handle 120, where we've got those blueprints. And we could really make this, you know, span this out. I think there's a lot of merit there. And then we have a truck stop nearby, part of the base, that's going to unload other materials as we make them into storage. So that means we're going to have a lot of truck stops. They're big, they're huge. We're going to have to figure out the design. We could even blueprint it, because it's going to need enough space on all sides. Getting the road network down, that would be cool. We made way more modular frames than we needed, didn't we? 100 rotors, though. We have the stuff for that. So, okay, trucks. Trucks leaving room for trains. How do we leave room for trains? Same way we do the trucks. When we build this blueprint, we will attach the train network to the blueprint, not to this blueprint. We'll build it in such a way later that the train and the trucks can ride right alongside each other on the world grid. That would look nice. Difficult parts being trains getting off and on would probably want to go under the road if they were working well. They're going to need to be able to pull off and go under the road. So the road being that high could cause some problems. We could also make the roads lower, and we could just have the move with the terrain. And I think if we really took our time, that could look good. A highway through which they can drive up and down, moving with the road. The trains going next to it. Let me get some inspiration here. Let's look at Google. So if I go satisfactory truck roads, and we just look at some images, what are we gonna see? So like highway concept, hard to make, cool truck infrastructure, developing road systems, that's pretty good. They're going with the terrain down here. This is real special. That might be something we really want to do. So I think that's easy to do once you've designed it. So I think that's pretty simple. Like all the details naturally get fit in as part of the blueprint. So it might not be something you have to do. Yeah, I'm kind of stuck here. This is a good concept. And you can see they're probably running belts under there. Now this is something, I don't even know if there's any round concrete pillars. They really put the angles in there. That's not something we're necessarily gonna look to do. And we kind of got to lay out the whole station. And to do that, I think we also have to lay out and fix whatever starter bits we have right now. Now let's grab more rods and cables. Like we've got to probably lay out the footprint of what will, oh geez, we have so many of those. What will be our entire base to make that work well. And I think, you know, maybe just a solid foundation before we go. So, vehicular transport.
Milestone reached. Long-range transportation, as well as the construction of outposts.
I wouldn't mind getting rid of the jump pads, but
vehicle stations have
I don't want to spend the stuff on it right now.
Or collect parts.
Minor Mark IIs. We were just talking about these. I think we can do most of these materials. We did set this thing to pipes down here, right? 1 pipes, 1 beams. Because the amount of time we've been away, we're pretty solid. And we can handcraft Mark II miners on these things. And we go get our power slugs back on Mark II miners on the coal. Molded Pixel was right. We're very close to just teching up to a lot of stuff. And we've not even really built bigger factories. Like we've done very little. And it's just some handcrafting and we get ahead. Yeah, good, we got pipes. Yeah, we have pipes. So let's do that. We'll create a little storage container over here for ourselves. You can see how little it takes to actually do like a base with stuff that you want. Like we don't necessarily have to transport massive quantities. We're not coming back to base often enough to do it. The problem with doing trucks back to base, it's probably more that it's 1 truck per route. And you really don't want them going from point A to point B to point C. You really want 2 routes and be done with it. So this basic stuff we wouldn't want to transport, but we would want to transport, I don't know, heavy modular frames. Because I just kind of don't want belts stretching across everywhere, and I think that's personal preference this time. But a relatively big one. Just moving some of that back over here so it's not... I don't want that chest to fill up unnecessarily. What do we need? 1,500 wire, which we'll have 1, 2, 3. 300. See, this stuff doesn't fill up. Some of these are only in quantity because we've been putting in the legwork to... No, because we left it on all night. That's why they're... that's a big one. Let's get our full wire screw production going. We still don't have Caterium, so we're not we're not handling overflow. We're just taking half of everything we make and sinking it, and we might be running low on how useful that is. If we look, one ticket for several hours. The first 30 or so were fine. It was everything after that. 157. Heck yeah, pop that soda. Hydrating. And here's our pod returning. Not that we can dunk rotors in quite yet. We need 200 of them. You can see we're definitely stretching the... Can we build it? But I mean, realistically, yes. We're building it. We got 2 assemblers over there. 3 foundries, 2 constructors. Handling business. All the materials we don't have coming in are things we're going to want to build. I think we just have to design our road. See what kind of architecture we can get to support that on the tickets we have. See if anything we're missing, like that structural support, could be really nice. Beams and those things. Because anything we don't do now, we'd have to replace later. In fact, like let's... So I want to go take a look. We're out of fucking control. Hey, look, guys, we're producing rotors. All right, so let's print those. Let's take them. It's been half our screws for a bit. I hope we have 5. We don't. We have 4. Here, let's dunk some animal DNA. We've been killing a lot of creatures. You might as well use them. And we'll check the MAM before we get too far. Make sure there's nothing to upgrade, because there are definitely some alternate power recipes. That's not the MAM. Right, like these we can't afford. That's we could afford. Why does it say we don't? Oh, we didn't make any. Equipment slot's fine. We can do that. Nutritional processor, don't care. There's some metals we haven't researched, but... Oh, it's over here. It's like I know we have beams somewhere. But also we need to make the alien DNA. We didn't pull that trigger. Oh, yeah, we can make biomass out of alien protein, but no, we good. That seems like a huge waste of biomass or alien protein. All right, alien organisms. Cool. Structure analysis research. Cool. With plates, we could do rebar guns again, but we didn't really use those. I'm not too attached to them. But I am attached to tickets. So, 20. How many tickets we got right now? It's 0. Let's watch it happen. I think each one of these is like 1,000, isn't it? Yeah, so 20 should be quite a few coupons. The requirements do go up. But we're looking for things specifically for the truck. I mean, we're talking like the dotted lines, right? That's gonna be on the highway. That's it. Cool, cool, cool. 8 coupons is 8 coupons. So, foundations. Curves are tough. Having this might go a long way. Architecture. We talked about these. If we could get them both, it'd be great, but that's 3 more tickets than we have. That concrete pillar set, pretty nice for, you know, adding something physical that's holding it up. So we're probably going to have to not pick up the structural frame set yet. Let's see. That is a lot of tickets. On the customizer, asphalt goes a long way to making it look good. And how many points we got left? 3. We almost have like solid dotted line stuff. What are we 1 point away? Anything we drop? Let's look at those foundations again. Like, that's turns. You really can't. I don't have the capacity to do them well otherwise. Asphalt is just a color. It is a material that looks good. But so are the dotted lines. Any more tickets? Just want to give me a ticket. There's also ticket tricks, right? Let's look those up. Factory ticket sync tricks. Tips or tricks? Because there are some parts you can buy that are worth buying and then syncing, but I don't think we've got those. Like, obviously I'm not going to spend 4 tickets on a modular frame to dunk them unless they returned more. I don't think there's anything big. There used to be ways, like if I could get a computer out in the open world, I could go run and get a computer. If I could find one, right, it's 17,000 points. And we need 28,000. We really let this thing run. Alright, let's find our 1 point to lose. Man, asphalt's, this is real good. Quarter pipes, all these are like, they feel essential. And that's just gonna be at ages. So do you have any, we don't have any, I don't know, we'll get some more alien protein. How many do we gotta kill? 4? Let's go kill 4 things. Let's get our dotted lines and our asphalt. We'll leave nothing on the table. this guy respawns. If he does, if he has, there he is. He's worth like 3. Hey, there's 4. Let's get a hog for good measure. I don't want to mess with that guy over there. Not all of it for good measure. By the way, this was advanced steel production we're waiting on was like rotors, right? And we threw a bunch of materials in that one thing, so we shall handle that too. Okay. So I think this works. Let's make all the proteins. Let's make the capsule. Literally sliced them up. Let's dunk what we have. We just need 100 more rotors. I'll hold 20 at a time in there, and we can pound some out in a minute. Tickets, please. Tickets, please. Yeah. 1 ticket. So that's not so bad. All right. Perfect. Let's knock out these rotors. Let's start looking at trucks. Let's get this advanced steel production. I guess we better go grab all the materials we're going to want. And we're using some of these materials. We may have to refactor this whole thing quicker than we want. Mark II miners though. That'll do it. That'll actually double the inputs of everything coming in here. Let us make things a little faster. We could even try out our fancy blueprints. What a game. What a fucking great game. Big fan. So we're going to assume there's like 20 in the other machine. We go over there and grab it, which means we're going to need 73 of these. We'll see how it goes. So we have 4x4 square. We're going to want it to be a minimum height. And then we're going to have to place it. I guess I'm hoping that if we start at a height with our blueprint and then try to smack it into the next one, it'll work out pretty well. Like it'll just snap in, and then we can go back later and add whatever missing structural supports we need. Because I think it's going to be, we're going to like build this one beam high. And then we're going to put all the functionality into it. And then we're going to figure out the next step. Yeah. Then we're going to make the straightaway, the turns. We're going to actually probably just copy whatever's going on in the crosswalk, the factory walkways stuff. Okay. that gave us quite a few pieces of tech.
Milestone reached. Logistics can be improved with a larger storage container, enhanced conveyor belt efficiency, as well as the ability to store excess power for later use.
This we have right now.
An additional project part can now be constructed. Further progress
This would
to the
be
next
nice.
phase is now possible.
Modular frames. If I want modular frames, I want reinforced iron plates. But let's go grab some more screws. We're going to need to grab a handful of things for this building, but I don't think any of these materials are going to be too super rare, right? Like, as long as we have a couple stacks of everything, I think this build's going to be fine. We shouldn't need reinforced iron plates for this. So, I guess if we're going to be sending some amount of belt work under, we will, but it shouldn't be a lot. So let's look and find the dead center, right? So we're here. Right here. First things first, that one bit of architecture. This thing is 2 by 2, so I want it to be there. Alright, that's the starting point. Let's say it lines up this way, going down the road. We're going to want some concrete foundations. Not this big. Just the itty bitty ones. Here, let's go up here. Give ourselves. Now, I don't want this centered, right? So let's. All right, now, does that touch? Does that touch this? Hey, welcome back, Griff. You're done with work already, my man. It's a nice short day. Unless you're having a nice lunch break, in which case, thanks for spending it with me. We're on to thinking about roads and what they need to be. So this isn't the road portion. It is under the road. And under the road, I feel like we put, you know, good belt work and good space to move and look at the belt work, right? So we could have, not yet, it's just really slow around here. Fair. Find the time you can. If I want belt work, and I need to be able to think about how the belt work turns, we probably don't want 4 lanes of belt work. We're going to want to keep it into these 2 lanes. So like straight through, so then we can turn it, and we can even paint to show the difference. Like if we were going straight, that's the belt work. If we were turning, you know, it becomes, you know, like that. That gives us, I think, the most room to work with. At a minimum, I think we're transporting the fuel on one of these. Like each truck stop, every time a truck stops, it needs fuel. So I think we just load this belt work with fuel, and that's all it takes. All it takes on its trip. Here, let's get the customizer. Let's fix that. Because I'm good with a little bit of fix-it foundation right there. Those belts, however many we put, it's going to be not enough or too many. So that is a lot of belts. I don't necessarily need to be transporting 6 items around here, do I? What could we want at each truck stop? What could we want delivered around the world? And is it just don't worry about it? Have just do 3. And then we leave a walkable space. So then this becomes, if this is the straightaway, we're going to do this with Mark II conveyor belts, which means we need reinforced iron plates, which is something we're still not making yet. We're into trucks, and we're not making anything. Reinforced iron plates. We won't need that many, but we will to make the road, it looks like. So I don't think I want to move things along this tiny bus slower than that. 120, like it's already gonna take crazy long to saturate any of the truck stops with. Like, I think this would be coal. It's gonna be coal at first, and then this can be a line that we could then attach fuel to later. Turbo fuel, right? Whatever we want the fuel to be, it can evolve with what we're doing. Oh, good old ads make the world go around. Oh, did you come just in time for the ad? Let me know if I was cut off on anything you wanted to hear. But we're just planning the truck. Yeah, it's something I turn on so nobody gets pre-rolls. But I don't know. I'm not a huge fan of them. So the thing about leaving this gap is you don't want to pre-connect these. You can't, these conveyor lines will not automatically connect, like blueprint to blueprint, so we leave them so we can connect them later. And it's just about where do we want them, and I think as close to the edge as possible is fine. You know what? I take that back. Not as close to the edge. Because we got to connect them later, right? So the idea is this space remains a little walkable, and it'll be easier to connect them if there's just some room. Like this. Alright. So walkable. That means each of these, do we want them to have a door? Is there going to be a side entrance? I don't think so. Like an access door would make some sense. How would I do it? And if I don't make this like too tall, like two walls tall, I'm not gonna be able to move around on it either. So like, we're literally talking like this, just to be able to move. Because as soon as I put like a 1 meter foundation here, that is not walkable anymore. And this is... So we're talking like that. And I guess things need to be at scale. Like, I gotta start thinking bigger. But is that really what I want my under road to be? I guess we leave this room so I don't have to jump over them. I just gotta connect them. This feels too much. Maybe it's not enough. Maybe things need to be, you know, on the underside. How much resources do you plan on sending under the road instead of using trucks? Not many. No, I think I'm leaving room for 3, but the only thing I can think of right now is the fuel for the truck. That's the stuff I want going everywhere. So if we can send it around back and forth, every truck station will have its fuel rather than me having to sort out where each individual truck station gets its fuel. But you bring a good point up. What I actually want is this to be bidirectional. That is to say, it's not one way. So, let's put two lanes in. And we'll just go the direction of the road. I guess 3 still is a good number. Leaves me room for extra. If I, at some point realize I need to transport more fuel, I won't have to upgrade the belts. I'll just insert them. Okay. That's a good thought. And we'll go with my initial intuition and just make this a small segment. Oh man, this is actually going to take quite a few reinforced iron plates. That's going to be a factor we build before we build our highway. Because that means this now supports 360 fuel per minute. What if we just made it all Mark 1? We don't need 360 fuel per minute. 180 isn't plenty, right? Then it won't be nearly as expensive to build. So I'm sorry, future me, who is real sad that the throughput on this sucks. But I want this to cost plates and not reinforced iron plates. I don't want to handcraft the world. I would suggest 1 full wall or 2 of the 1 meter walls for the ceiling. Yeah, I'm thinking 2 of the 1 meter walls. So like if I do like that, I mean, it's real small. It won't be walkable. Like I'll have to duck it, but it'll look better on the outside. Let's see if I can even duck it, because like, yeah, that's tiny. We'd have to put another wall for the roof. And I could walk it. I could see it. I'll be able to tap it for... I mean, won't be able to walk, it's a strong word, because once this is connected, I'm not moving to the other side of this. But I do like the look better. I like that height. So I think what'll happen is, as I'm in here, and I'm gonna have to patch it. I'm gonna have to connect these lines to the next one because they'll be side by side. You know, I can work my way out of it like this. You know, connect it, and then I can walk to the next section. I think this is fine. Let's start it. Let's get to the road portion. We're also taking power along here, right? So let's do that. Bop, bop, boom. Concrete. Let's make this concrete as we planned. Okay, so road. That's not going to be concrete. We got asphalt just for you. If you added a walkway, what if you added a walkway under the bottom to go from side to side at whatever interval or distance? Let's think about that. So where we have started, there's one concrete block up. A walkway. I like the idea of a walkway. I think in my head the walkway goes along the side and follows. We won't need 2 lanes here. We could do a walkway under and even lower the floor a bit for the walkway. Like, you know, like on each side, we could do a... Let's play with some stuff. Ramps. Double ramp. That's... Interesting thought, actually. Not a whole thought, but, you know, a ramp downward like that gives some shape to the road at a minimum. I mean, that suddenly looks really cool. We also have like half foundations, don't we? No, we don't have half foundations yet. I think half foundations were more than we could afford. Or we haven't afforded them yet. What's in the half foundation set? Nothing great. It's just flat. Also occurs to me this wall here isn't going to be here. And so these foundations, do we have the walls with the... We don't. As cool as these foundations are, we don't have the matching walls to support it. So we say added a walkway under the bottom to go to the side. So if we did something like like this underneath. I do like this. Oh, where'd I go? There I am. And then let's think power while we're at it. I'm going to want each of these to be powered. We're going to need to be able to access it. So like a Mark 1 here. And then really, let's, you know, both sides just so we're never having to hunt it down. And always connected to all 4. So there's infinite power. It'll be with us wherever this road's at. I think if we had to add fuel, or if we had to have water, which we're not transporting water like this. We would have room for it, though. We could... I don't think we want to even think about it, but I would attach it to the side of the road. And I would just build it onto all the roads. I don't think we build it in naturally, because I can't imagine a fuel source right now. A liquid source I want a lot of. So let's look at customizer asphalt. So this is the road material. We've got some patterns. So we've got this center dotted line, which we don't have the color thing, so let's go make a whole bunch of those with the flowers we definitely don't throw away. Flowers and color cartridge. Oh wow, 10 at a time. So we will need color cartridges to build this, assuming we put the pattern down. So I guess depending on how many it is, this is a big pain in the butt. Are you planning to add trains to this road too, or no? I'm thinking that what I'll do is I'll build the train blueprints and then place them next to it. So this will just be for the trucks. And then when I have here's what I was thinking. If I look over here at the map, let me open that up. I was getting some truck ideas. We build like a highway north-south, just north-south to start, and then we branch it off and break it off when we need to. And then when we're done, and we move on to trains, we'll just attach the trains to the side. Like they'll just be next to whatever height we determine this roadway needs to be. And I think it's going to be pretty high. And I'm hoping to do it in such a way that it doesn't turn too often. But it's going to be real experimental when we do it. So not on this road, but next to it. Yeah, we'd love to. You'd be driving by and see the trains fly by. The trains themselves are typically, when I do them, two directions, so 2 lanes. We could even do something as cool as the train on one side, a train on the other. The only interaction we have to worry about is how they cross under or over the road itself. They will be competing for some space, unless I just build the trains on top of. So super simple stuff right here. Let's look at the customizer. So center line is going right now. This looks like it's, yeah. So it wants to be here on the square. So what I think I do then is I change this up. We put that foundation. We center it like this, and we go 3 wide. Is that going to be? That should be enough room for 2 lanes. How's it look for space down here? This is about what I was planning. So now when I go to color it, well, it's asphalt first. Now when we go to put the yellow lines on it, there we go. And now we've got a little bit of space here. Ah, damn it, for those half blueprints, we could put sidewalks and shit. Oh, or I guess more of these. Oh, there's our access way. There it is, watch. We could do that, and then can we? Can we connect this? Can we connect this reliably and cleanly? If we do like in one, I don't know, because we can do the ramp. Like the ramp's not hard. We'd have to kill that. I don't want a T crossing, I just want a crossing. Why is that suddenly worse? Oh, does this not go up and down a full segment? It's like a segment and a half? Oh, wait, we did weird height things up here, didn't we? Okay. I was thinking like an access method down here. Yeah, unfortunately, we bought the one without stairs. Yeah, so if you look at the architecture, it's only got the ramp. But I hear ya. I mean, easily solvable by taking this up one more. Right, that's got to be the solution. If we go... from here... we go down 2. Put that in. Put that in. Of course, the only real downside here is oh right, this has got to go up higher. That's right. So I guess not really a huge downside. I was just thinking this is going to be at every junction. Every single one of these is going to have this access to the down below, but we could make 2 blueprints. And we just have one occasionally be, you know, provide access to the side. Right, it is 3. I'm not crazy. Alright, so customizer. Now we could do the yellow line. This becomes a very walkable area. We rotate blueprints on how often they do this. On this side, we could just make a sidewalk. It doesn't have to be an access way. Is this jumpable? This is just not big enough to be jumpable. So I wouldn't mind being able to access whatever's over on this side. Oh, it's T-crossing. I just had to rotate it. Not bad. Not terrible. We also don't want them to fall off on a side. So maybe a road barrier. Or maybe this is clearly where the half foundations are meant for. So I'm gonna go get the tickets for half foundation. So let's work on that. This is 4. Right now, it's 4 each. So 16. Well. 3, so 12. I need at least 12 animal parts is what we're going out for. Animal parts translates into easy tickets. Not sure I'm sold on it yet, but I'm getting there. If I was really picky, I could just have 2 separate blueprints for the left and the right, but I don't want to spend that many materials on it. I don't know if I want to be that wide. But committing to something twice as big probably serves me better in the long run. I'll have to look at more truck road examples. Right, because there are definitely people... Yeah, no, I'm looking at it now. I think we need to double the size of this thing. Like as a definite. There's got to be animals over here. So we'll just have a left lane and a right lane. We'll put that caution tape on each side. Then we can have an access way, maybe in the center. All right, I need at least 12 parts. We're going to go back with 16 now. We need the big boys. Where you at, big boys? was that? I didn't actually see. 2? Okay. 2 is good. 2 per kill is a lot better than 1. But we'll take any kills we can get right now. I think every mineral has a little dude on them, so. And then better minerals have bigger dudes. Man, gosh, calm down, guys. No, I don't want to mine. I just want to pick up the body parts. There's one. There's the other. Do I have a berry? Yeah, let's eat. Should really get those medical devices, but I almost never use them. Just die instead. All right. What are we at? 7. Almost halfway there. Hey, there's a spitter. Two remains. 9. Guess we loop back this way. That is Caterium. I should grab it every time I see it. We have inventory space.
New technologies can
Really,
be
it's right
developed
behind me
based on
in the
this
base,
new
so
superconductive
I don't
gold
have to grab it
element,
here.
primarily
I
in
just have to
power
commit to
and
it at one
electronics.
point and make it.
A new research tree can now be accessed in the MAM.
But we're unlocking different things. We've got different goals. We did just pick one up. We might as well pick another one up. Wait, okay, that is gone. Okay. Alright, next. Where you at, fellas? Spitters and hogs. I guess I could take other things too, but spitters and hogs are currently the most, or things I already have researched, and I won't have to spend a point or even one of their remains on it. PC points though. Really just here for the half. But now that we're designing double lane, we may not need it. There we go. In fact, since we're doing double lane, I only have to design it once. I just got to design them to snap next to each other because they rotate and go the opposite direction. Fuck yes. That's exciting. 12. Maybe enough, maybe not. Don't know. There's another slug. This area is kind of exciting. I've not spent a lot of time in the desert. Once biome mass was no longer an issue, the rest was easy. We're gonna have trains before we even have, like, not trains, trucks before we even have a real iron plate factory. We're a little backwards. We're a little in reverse. Come on, just need a couple more, fellas. There you are. That's 2. One more for... Oh, there's this cat. Oh, there's a hog. Alright, we're heading back home. I guess we'll walk by the Mercer Spear and see what kind of taunt it has.
Breaking news from Earth. Widespread chaos and mayhem. World President urges urges all citizens to do their part and harvest alien artifacts.
Hey, alright, we were gonna leave y'all alone, but the slug was here. Alright, good. We're definitely using our share of power slugs. Oh, hey, and a hard drive. Hopefully it's something easy like power. Or, you know, a device I already have. Well, that's part of it. Where's the rest of the ship? Also, you know, quartz. Thanks for quartz.
This mineral shows
Also
purity
nearby
levels
my
akin
base.
to
I just
synthetic
haven't
quartz manufactured on
haven't
Earth
got there
and
yet.
can be used to
Oh,
improve
what do you got?
communication and exploration technologies. A new research tree can now be accessed in the MAM.
Well, I mean, I would love to dig around here for the part. In fact, maybe there's something nice here we can dunk. But you gotta, like, give me a second piece. I'm getting low on health. I mean, health is a resource, but I'm spending it. Alright, I guess we'll go. Oh, there's something. Power. That is quite a few. That's 3. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Oh, gas. Oh, you guys were gassing me. Well, what do we have? Anything for food? Nothing for food. But we got enough for the power. We do gotta wait for that toxin to chill out a bit, but that enough? Alright. I'm on hard drive, come on. Go. Don't care anymore. I still got it, right? Yep. It's just my second hard drive. We haven't really done the exploring for the hard drives yet. Alright, hub. Just got out of here. We have like 3.5 health. 3.5 pips ain't a lot of pips, y'all. You have 18. We can afford one more. Ooh, that's a lot of that's a lot. Remember, it's there when you have more health. I think it's the big guy that'll give me the most trouble. But if I can pull one off, maybe. Nah, he's good. He's good. He don't need me. Sliding. The starter base that was. Alright, a little bit of crafting to do. We'll make all the protein. We'll make a couple power shards. We'll dump some stuff. We'll grab the half thing, and then we'll come back and take a look at kind of what we have. So I wouldn't mind making sure we're at the right. I got to take a look at it again. I'm talking, but I'm not going to have an answer for what we're talking about. I need to get in there and take a look at what two-lane, double lanes are and how it would flow. For now, dunk 19 of those in. Unless how many points 19 is worth. We just need like 4. I guess 3. We need 4 total. There we go. Okay, now we're at the 5. We won't hit this number, right? Yeah. Okay, cool. Prinky buns. Let's go. Coupon book. Coupon book. We want the half foundation set. We want to add that to cart and pull the trigger. Put our single ticket back and get back to our road. Which now we have a different thought. We have a different handling of this. It's going to be a little different. It's going to be one directional. Right, and it's always going to be the right side we build. So let's get rid of belts. Okay, now we got one side of belts. We've got this access hatch. And this is how big? All right, I've got a better idea. I've got a brilliant fucking idea. Let's clear the designer. Let's grab our stuff from the box. And we're going to do that again. Foundation of... Not a foundation. Architecture. We grab the big pillar concrete. And we drop it right in the middle. Okay. Did you create them? Because I am really close to reaching affiliate and haven't even set up emotes yet. Yeah, I created some of them. So the whiteboard ones, I made those. Those are super easy. The other ones that are hand-drawn, a buddy of mine did those. He didn't make them as emotes. He made them as like a picture for this little cool event we were doing a few years back. And I was like, hey, can I capture those and just use them for emotes? And I just shrunk them down and put them in. It's just me and some of my friends. That's what it ended up being. Foundations. 4-foot foundations. We go. I guess we make sure it's centered still, because we can use the half foundations the same way we did before. Thank you. Or I guess, Okar. Thank Okar. He did them for me. But I appreciate the compliment. Oh wait, we were doing something slightly different, but also the same. This is a 2-meter foundation. This adds some depth or some height to our stuff. But what if the center was actually, and we're experimenting here, was 1. Get rid of that. Actually, when I'm thinking about it, what if we did that ramp that we looked at earlier upwards. Four. And we did some overlap with the 1 meter foundation. I don't want that overlap, but let's start with it and then build on top of it. And then we could come down and just wonder if I'm going to run into the same problem I did before. But that gives us some angles to play with. We do it again on the other side. I guess the easiest way would be to do that and then that. And now we put our one directional. Let's grab just the conveyor pole. Now they're a little recessed. Mark 1 belt going from here to there. Now we find where the floor goes, much like we did last time. I think it's about there we had it last time. Drop that down to a 1 meter ceiling. If we had to, could we walk that? What about a ramp? We're experimenting, so we can adjust this. Now that is actually going to keep us from walking it still. What else do we have on foundations? We have some of these like half pipe things. That's for. I'm going to use those for turning. These things. What are there at each of the sizes is another question. I think we're very close to a brilliant idea here. I think maybe can we go down one more? All right, and then this could be replicated as the 4-inch one. 4 meter one. I mean, in concrete, this is fine. If recessed floor was 1 meter lower, you should be able to cross the belt. Yeah, that's where we're trying to get 1 meter down without having to redo too much. You're spot on there. Now we're giving it some shape. Also means that these are going to be 2 meter floors here. Well, this gives more reason for this to be an access path. Something walkable. So let's put a 2 meter here for now. So we can drag it there. Oh, I think we've... No, we're fine. This is the same height. 2 meter threw me off for a second. I mean, now we're really, really nice and recessed. Let us... Not the wall mounts. Although, we could wall mount this. we could just have the wall mounts, but that'll be slightly a bigger pain in the butt to set up. All right, any other fun foundation tricks here? I don't think ramps do anything for us fun unless we... No, they don't. Okay, so that was right. Mark ones, which I'm sure we won't regret. But this is why we have access path, right? If I want to walk above them, what's the best way? Probably glass, like right here. Because we're going to want to be able to see them coming in and coming out. And glass would be nice. I'm thinking like walkways, but the ramp architecture here could be simple. Is that where I want it? Because the problem is this crossing. I don't want to call it a problem yet. Like how it lines up with something. Because this is a good space to like come finish the belt work. Because it's not going to be complete. Alright, so we can tag it. Bop, bop, bop. But I don't think we need all this beltway to connect. We could just end this here. And what we'll be using is this segment to like continue walking up and down. Nope. Is that how I did it? That is how I did it. So one of these and one of those. Gives us some freedom to walk. Gives us some freedom to see it. Still very much clear of that. Let's get up and start over designing the bottom and let's see kind of what the road looks like. We're only going one way, so we don't need that much work down here. We'll need to color those. Okay, customizer. Materials, we want this to be asphalt. I'm going to put that on 9. And this is a one-way road. This is going to be a... customizer patterns center dotted line. Right, this is a thing we're all super familiar with. But then importantly, and the reason we went out and did all that work is I want more foundations over here. And I want them a little raised up. Nah, I didn't quite make it. We're going to need to add to our scaffolding here. Okay. So I wanted a little raised up. And I want it to be concrete, right? I think we're giving ourselves a sidewalk. We're trying to. I'm going to see how it works. Because it is another meter. The colors, I think, are going to be fine. We can add, you know, railing. We can add that hazard sign I saw. Right now we're really starting to give this some texture. We don't have lights yet. I mean, honestly, does this have to be walkable? Because this could just be. I don't have to build walkways everywhere. We could just go down here. And I think that's pretty basic. Oh, power. Like, I'm liking what we have. Especially once we add this power outlet. Now the floor is a little bigger too. We're not nearly bumping into things as much. Let's go ahead and get all the concrete color down here. Interesting thought here. If we want to hide that wire, we go diagonal. And now all four of these are connected to the same wire. Almost. We gotta go this way too. So it doesn't matter where I connect them to. There's that wire, goes to there, back to here, over to there. So now we've got all the wires. Lights are next, but we do not have the stuff for lights. Now, this is kind of nice. What we're going to have in the middle is a... the middle will be where these things butt into each other. So whatever we do here, we could do something else. Like, this is going to be the center of the highway. Because it's going to run both ways. With that thought in mind, how do we handle this? This walkway is nice, but you know, you're never crossing over. Right? This is going to be butted up against nothing, and that's fine. But what we have is this over here. We'll have another railing like right there to look at it. So do we have a center point? Like, it's 4 by 4. So this is a center, and that's a center. They're never gonna line up. This is a... they might touch. So we put the regular crossing there, and there will be a place to jump over. All right, let's one more look through stuff. It took us a while to get here. hard part's coming. This is the straightaway. We're gonna need a 4-way or other ways. But I'm gonna use the bathroom real quick, and then we'll take a look. Actually, we're getting very close to being done, so let me hold it in. We are almost out of time. I think maybe over, if I'm playing any more tonight, I'm probably just going to focus on getting this roadway done. But for now, let's save it. Let's save this bad boy. And what's it cost? 12 color cartridges and a lot of basic materials. That's super good. We'll call that Road Mark 1. 3 Mark 1 belts run under the center. This is a one-way segment. Flip to get both sides, because we're going to need a handful of things to make this road better. I mean, we're going to have a couple of versions of the straightaway. We're going to have a version that allows the trucks to U-turn and things like that. We're going to have turns, the whole 9 yards. So let us call this, is there like a road? Truck? I guess truck. Save. Oh, wait. Road straight segment. There we go. That's better. Save that blueprint. Now we look at our blueprints. We've got an undefined section. We're going to edit, add a subcategory, and call this road. Blueprints. Call it road. Cool. And I think if we edit this, can we edit it in there? Like if I want to, yeah, we can. We edit it here. I think there's a better icon, and I think it's the walkway icon for straight. There we go. Did that go into the right category? No, it moved the category because there's a whole new. There we go. Apply changes. Is there a way to set category? Road? Yeah. It didn't, but oh well, we figured it out. Well, ladies and gentlemen, the time flies. I looked over, realized it was almost 7 o'clock, so time to wrap things up. What we've got here is a pretty good start for a road. We're gonna do some brainstorming maybe between now and tomorrow morning and see if there's any big edits. Maybe tighten it up or go out farming for more points so we can add like streetlights, things like that. But if everything looks good, we'll just start. We'll do some turns, some 4-ways, things like that. We'll try to imagine what we need out of the road network and make it happen. I think the 90-degree turns are probably going to be the because we're going to need a turn right and we're going to need a separate one for turn left. And then T intersections and 4-ways. And 4-ways are weirder because they got to interact with the other side. So we're going to think about it. Thank you for hanging out. We stream every day. Well, we stream 5 days a week, Monday through Friday. Noon Eastern, 9 a.m. Pacific for about, 6 hours or more depending. So thank you all for hanging out, and I'll see you tomorrow. And we have no outro, so goodbye.